Good morning. This is the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood with our legal expert, Craig Cicchino, with the University of Miami. We do believe that they're starting early. They want to talk about one of the state rebuttal witnesses, Dr. Robert Denny. Let's listen.
3 and 4. Are those records that are already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Those are from the birth records.
Okay, so what is your objection to the state using those in the PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am. They were testified to by Dr. Jones during the defense case, and he said that there was no way to interpret them as being indicative of having caused any harm to Mr. Cruz at the time of his birth. They were also testified to by Dr. Scott, who essentially testified to the same thing, that there is nothing in them that is indicative specifically of a problem. So I would therefore argue that it's not rebuttal, because our expert testified essentially consistently, and also that Dr. Scott testified to, and there would therefore be cumulative pertaining to slides 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, that objection is overruled as to 2, 3, and 4. How about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12? And the reason I'm grouping those together is because they all say my examination, which I assume means the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
My testing, my neuropsychological examination. So I am assuming those are the tests that the state's witness performed himself in the results of those tests, or measures, or whatever you call them.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
And are there other pages in addition to 5 through 12 that we could handle in this grouping?
Hang on just 1 second, please.
I see page 15 says my cognitive testing results.
Yes, ma'am, and 16. 17. I think it might make sense just to go through 17 for now.
Okay, so just to recap, we're talking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, and 17. We're handling those as a group, is that correct?
Yeah, I would include 13 as well, but I would...
That says test administered by Dr. Scott, but your argument is the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But you can disregard 5 if I tab out page 8. I didn't need to.
So you're not objecting to page 5?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're objecting to pages 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, and 17. And those are the ones that we're handling in this next group of argument.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you didn't.
The primary objection for these slides would be the idea of bolstering as detailed in D336 pursuant to section 90.704 and Lynn v. Fossum 946 of the second 1032. These charts and graphs that are in these slides were not created by Dr. Denny, and the comparison groups that are shown on some of them were pulled from the database from the instrument that he used to score the instrument. There are a couple of slides that have comparison groups that Dr. Denny was involved in, but the large part of them, according to my conversation with him during deposition, were comparison groups that were pulled from a database, and these charts and graphs were pulled from either a manual or from a screenshot from the actual instrument's scoring software.
Okay, so let me just start by reminding the state, and I'm sure I don't need to do this, but state the rules that I imposed for the defense. In other words, the slides that I allowed for certain reasons and the ones that I excluded for certain reasons are going to be, my reasoning is going to be the same for the state, so for your presentation. So do any of these slides contain the type of hearsay that is impermissible under the rules regarding expert testimony?
Judge, first I'd like to just make the distinction that this is rebuttal, and so these slides are not to bolster anything, which is the case law that has been cited by the defense. These slides are to refute methodology, and there's a big difference, because the slides that the state was objecting to initially on direct examination are slides that are saying, oh, well, you should believe this slide because it's got an opinion, or excuse me, a graph or a journal article that agrees with me. In contrast, here, the defense has put the neuropsychological testing at issue. The diagnosis of their experts is FASD, ARND, and NDPAE. And so Dr. Denny's presentation is to refute those diagnoses with his methodology, and this is how we went about doing that. So it's a different set of rules, and I would say to you,
Will you give me the rule of evidence again?
read 706.
74 was the one in my motion. I don't know if that's the one you meant.
I was talking about the one that I relied on when I went through the state's objections to your PowerPoint. State, what is the, I see the rule 9704 that I relied on that said an expert should not be able to disclose on direct examination the underlying inadmissible facts and data simply because the expert relied on it. But explain to me the distinction you're making and what you're relying on for that distinction.
Judge, first, these slides are a program. And so this testing that was done by Dr. Scott was then put into this program to get the scores back. And so that will be how he arrives at his conclusions. So it is a program that is producing the results. The distinction is that, again, this is rebuttal. And so what is otherwise inadmissible hearsay is permitted when the defense has opened the door. And they've opened the door by presenting mitigation regarding diagnosis of FASD, ARND, and NDPAE. So this is not to bolster, this is not to backdoor in anyone else's research, this is to refute methodology. It is not to go towards any aggravating factor. And I would quote from State v. Bradford, 658, Southern Second, 572, using the hearsay evidence as rebuttal is no different than any other case allowing otherwise inadmissible evidence as rebuttal when the other side has opened the door. This case cites to Adamson v. State at 569, 2nd, 495. Defendant's cross-examination opened the door to otherwise inadmissible hearsay, and also to Morgan v. State, 520, 2nd, 105. Testimony over double hearsay, objection not error, in light of the fact the defendant's attorney asked questions which opened the door for the prosecutor. So that's the distinction, is that on direct examination, the material that was trying to be used in Dr. Connor's PowerPoint was being used to say, oh, look, this journal agrees with my opinion. So therefore, it's adding and bolstering what he's saying. This is not. Number one, it's the program that was used to come to the results that Dr. Denny will testify
So they're his test results
Correct.
that the doctor conducted himself
Correct.
using obviously somebody else's test. He didn't invent the test, but he used this measure or this test and came up with certain results.
It'd be the same when someone runs a DNA test and all the graphs and peaks and everything, and that's how they read results. So it's the same difference.
Mr. Secor, do you want to add anything else?
Yes, ma'am. I would just reiterate that Rule 706 goes to using things like treatises for authorities and talks about them being able to be used in cross-examination if necessary. But these exact types of authorities or citations were specifically removed from Dr. Connor's PowerPoint, and he was demonstrating in his PowerPoint things that came from the instruments that he used that he did not make, he didn't create, he didn't publish, but
they were just general statistics. They were not specific to Mr. Cruz, if I remember correctly, the ones that I excluded. One of them had different countries and how to test IQs in different countries, and you said, well, at first you thought he was the author of the particular article, and then when you double check with him, he wasn't. He was a resident at the hospital when somebody else wrote the article.
He had taken part in collecting the data and research.
Right, but that wasn't a test that he performed on Mr. Cruz. That was a related test that wasn't specific to Mr. Cruz, if I remember correctly.
Right, it was specifically, the purpose of it was to show a comparison between that study and Mr. Cruz. And there's a great deal of that in these slides. For instance, on page 6, all of those various lines on that graph are other comparison groups, only one of which, my understanding is, Dr. Denny had any personal involvement with. So they would have just been pulled from a database on this program and compared without Dr. Denny being involved in that particular cohort of individuals. So this is just bolstering his opinion by saying, look, there's all these comparison groups that you can compare Mr. Cruz to, but he didn't have anything to do with those groups.
Judge, this is the program that there needs to be something to compare it to. So he's running the test to compare it to FASD groups, mixed dementia groups. Otherwise, the scores mean nothing. So we have to compare it to something.
So these are all tests that were administered to Mr. Cruz in the Broward County Jail, just as if I appointed a doctor to go conduct a competency evaluation and they administer X, Y, and Z, and they want to come testify, Judge, these are the tests that I administered. Here's the data from the test. I mean, is that what we're talking about here?
Except that there's then comparison groups, yes.
But without the comparison groups, the state's right, it would mean nothing.
Well, I mean, my argument would be that that's what the purpose of the expert is to say, well, in my opinion, that's what my interpretation of the data is X, Y, and Z, instead of saying, well, compare it with these other people and just see for yourself. It's obviously I'm right. That's the problem with it.
Judge, that's what science is.
I understand. If I scored in the 98th percentile and the comparison group was 2 dogs, it would be a lot different than if it was compared to 100,000 people my same age and upbringing.
Right, but you wouldn't have to show a picture of 2 dogs for a person to understand that.
Well, then, all right. And I'm saying dogs because
I know.
just to use an example that's easy. Although some dogs are very smart.
I agree.
Okay, respectfully, I'm going to overrule your objection and allow 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
And-
As long as you all are in agreement that those are tests that were conducted on Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Judge, the test upon the defendant is represented by the blue curve, and then the rest of them are the groups of comparison.
Okay, so,
I'm sorry, I just want to add a couple of things that, just for purposes of the record. Slide 8 was already testified to by Dr. Scott because it was administered by Dr. Scott. Slide number 9 regarding the PAI was already testified to by Dr. Scott. And slide number 10 regarding the CAT was already testified to by Dr. Scott. So I would argue that those three are cumulative and violate the court's order regarding what's permissible during rebuttal.
Judge, they're not cumulative because Dr. Scott administered them, but Dr. Dennis scored them, so there's not going to be any overlap on 8, 9, and 10.
And 13 as well. isn't it?
and I included 14 in that, but I didn't mean to in that last ruling because 14 you all said was not included in that last group.
That's correct.
So let's go to slide number 14, please.
Slide number 14, my objection to that would be the second objection in the motion regarding opinion as to credibility pursuant to Mendez v. State 898 Southern 2nd 1141. This is a slide from Dr. Connor's PowerPoint, and Dr. Denny has just put a red circle and an X through one of the words. Certainly,
I'm sorry. What am I looking at, please?
14?
Okay. Dr. Connor was your expert.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is one of the slides that he used?
Yes, ma'am. Everything underneath the heading of the slide, which is extracted from Dr. Connor's slide.
But the state's expert disagrees with this one point where they have crossed out yes, and they believe, I'm assuming the answer is no?
That's correct.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, that objection is overruled. I don't see the problem in, I mean, he could testify that he doesn't agree, but to show it in a slide for demonstrative purposes, as long as he's going to testify that these things aided in explaining his testimony to the jury, I don't see the problem with 14.
And just, did Your Honor already rule on 16?
I did because somebody told me it was in the first group.
You're right. I just wanted to add an objection to it being cumulative under the court's order in Rule 403 because it has the diagnoses that have been already testified to by Dr. Scott.
Okay, let's go to, is there a group of, okay, there's a group of Dr. Connor slides, I believe, on slide 18, 19, 20, 18, 19, and 20, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. The only one I have objection to is 19, and it's the same objection opinion on credibility pursuant to Mendez versus State because of the red outline box in the upper right-hand corner stating you cannot compare a 22-year-old's performance to his functional ability at 3.5 years of age. First of all, I mean, that's not what Dr. Connor did. It was just that those are the only scores that were in the record for purposes of functional ability. So Dr. Connor wasn't saying that at 22 years old, Nikolas has functional abilities at 3.5-year-old. He just included them on the graph because those were the only data points that existed. And so I would argue this is a mischaracterization of Dr. Connor's data and consequently a comment on his credibility because it's saying that he did something that he did not do.
Well, I think certainly that would be a good point for cross-examination, but as far as the state, if that's what the state believes was testified to, whether it's right or wrong, and that's what their witness opines, whether it's right or wrong, you can get into it on cross-examination, but I'm going to allow them to distinguish their expert's opinion with your expert's opinion. I think that's appropriate. So that was 18. You said you're only objecting to 19.
Yes, ma'am. So,
And you're not objecting to 20
or 21.
or 21.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's start with 22.
Yes, ma'am.
These are also, can we group any of the next ones together?
The next two are actually separate, so I can just go through these quickly and then we can move on to.
Okay.
Regarding number 22, my argument would be, again, bolstering pursuant to 706 because there's a specific reference to the GSS manual, table 5.7 on the slide.
What does that mean, the GSS manual 5.7?
It stands for the Good-Johnson Suggestibility Scales Manual, which is a test that was administered by Dr. Connor.
It's refuting the methodology used. So it's not bolstering, it's challenging the methodology used. That was the test that was used.
All right, I think he needs to take off the GSS manual table 5.7. I think that is
Judge,
crossing the line.
That's how you administer the test.
I understand that, but to print it up like that on the slide,
But that's to aid in his presentation.
well, he can testify.
I'm sorry, one at a time.
He can testify to what he used, but as far as printing it on there, it makes it seem like the manual says that his opinion is. It makes it seem like he got this whole thing out of this manual and printed it up for the jury.
But the manual assists in how to score it and interpret it. So he's referencing how he went about interpreting it, which again goes to the challenging the methodology of Dr. Connor.
He could testify to what method he used, but I want him to take off GSS manual table 5.7.
Okay.
All right, other than that, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Judge, we can move to 26 and 27.
What about 23?
No, ma'am.
You're not objecting to 23?
No, ma'am.
And you're not objecting to 24
No, ma'am.
or 25?
No, ma'am.
All right, 26 and 27 you said are together.
Yes, ma'am. These are data from tests administered to Mr. Cruz that were compiled by Dr. Denny in these charts. And so it is information that has been presented before, and my argument would be that it is therefore not rebuttal pursuant to this court's order.
Yeah.
Judge, can I handle this?
Sure.
I'm not sure why Mr. Secor said that. The white on this, there's white and yellow. So the white are scores that Dr. Connor counted. The yellow scores he didn't put in the graph. So this is showing what scores, if you recall Mr. Satz's cross-examination of things that
He went through the
count.
ones that he didn't score.
That's correct.
Those.
So it's pretty self-evident of what wasn't scored on the graphs, which is what we're going to then produce the graphs with all 145 scores.
All of that came out, as Mr. Marcus just said, on cross-examination, and Dr. Connor explained that everything was scored, and he gave an explanation for the things that are put on the graph and the things that are not. Some of them are included in composite scores that are on the graph, and some of the instruments that were administered to Mr. Cruz, he did not include on the graph because they were administered by Dr. Black, and he does not consider them to be salient to the question of FASD assessments.
Okay, well, these are all points for cross-examination or closing argument, but they're not arguments, I believe, that would justify the court excluding or keeping the state from going into differences of opinion between their expert and your expert. I think this is proper mitigation and rebuttal. Not mitigation, proper to rebut the mitigation presented, excuse me. All right, so your objection to those two pages, 26 and 27, are overruled.
Let's see. 28, 29, 30, and 31, my objection is all the same. Regarding 28, it has the AACN classifications in that chart, which I would argue is bolstering and impermissible under Rule 706. Slide number 29 is similar, a graph taken from the testing instrument software with a quotation from the manual on the left-hand side of the slide. 30 is essentially the same. It is a snapshot of data from the testing instrument. And 31 is, well, actually 31 is slightly different, but I would go with my bolstering argument, please, for 28, 29, and 30.
Judge, again, this all refutes the methodology used by Dr. Connor and how the scores change when you add in all of the different sections.
So these are things that Dr. Connor testified to, that your expert has a difference of opinion with regard to how they should be scored and how they were scored.
Correct.
And these graphs are pointing out those differences?
Correct.
I would just add that Dr. Denny has testified during deposition that he's found no scoring errors with our doctor's administration editing instruments. And also regarding the tests that appear on slides 29, 30, and 31, Dr. Conlon testified that Nick performed well on all three of those tests, which is what Dr. Denny would testify to, so it would not be rebuttal because it would not be contradicting anything that was testified to by the defense.
I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at, so.
I'm sorry, 29, 30, and 31.
No, I know, you said 28, 29, and 30.
Dr. Denny's testimony will be that he is agreeing that the testing is normal with regards to these tests, or that the scores are normal.
Which is not rebuttal, because that's what Dr. Connor testified to.
It's still how he arrives at the conclusion. It's challenging the methodology.
So these are tests, are 28, 29, and 30. Are they results of tests that were performed on Mr. Cruz by an expert?
29, 30, and 31 are, Your Honor, those were all.
Wait. We are now, according to you, Mr. Secor, on 28, 29, and 30. You said 31 had a different argument. So just for the record, let's please stick to 28, 29, and 30.
My argument on 28, 29, and 30 was... Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
28 goes with 26 and 27, not with 29.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marcus, is this on the record?
28 goes with 26 and 27. That's the summary of 26 and 27, not the following pages.
I understand. My objection to 28...
Okay, hold on, please. I want to keep this orderly.
Yes, ma'am.
So 26 and 27, according to the state, are
Summarized on 28.
summarized on 28, which is a difference between what your expert would consider versus what their expert would consider
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
score.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
Except,
just to be clear about that, Dr. Denny is looking at all of them because some of them he agrees and some of them he doesn't. He
Okay.
disagrees. So he's including all of that. So we have all the testing is what his opinion is going to be on. Some of which he does agree. And so if you look at page 28, the classification like academic below average on what the negative 1.35 under Dr. Connor's testing, and when you put all the subtests, it's still negative 1.35. So Dr. Denny would say that didn't change. And then if you skip to the third one with attention, there's a slight difference in the scores, but the classification stays the same. But on two of them, there is a difference when you add all the scores.
I understand. Okay, so with that additional information, 26, 27, and 28, the objections to 26, 27, and 28 are overruled. So then the next grouping is what?
29, 30, and 31.
29, 30, and 31.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
These each pertain to a separate test that was administered by the defense. And Dr. Connor testified that on each of these three tests that Nick performed fine. And my understanding from speaking with Dr. Denny is that his opinion is the same. And so for Dr. Denny to testify to his conclusions that Nick did well on these tests would not be rebuttal to Dr. Connor testifying that Nick did well on these tests.
It's going to rebut his final opinion and how it also goes to Dr. Denny's findings and conclusions as well.
Okay, so 29, 30, and 31 are tests that were performed by the defense expert on Mr. Cruz, results that were testified to that the state wants to now use by their opposing expert in rebuttal to support his contrary opinion.
Correct.
Except his opinion is not contrary on those three tests.
Okay, again, that would be a point for cross-examination, but not admissibility. So I'm going to overrule the objection on 29, 30, and 31.
One last thing about 29, Your Honor, is I would just add a bolstering objection to the quotation from the manual on the left-hand side of the slide.
Yeah, State, you need to take that out, please. On the left-hand side of 29,
Okay.
and he can testify to that, but as far as having that printed, I think that's in violation of 706. All right, what's next, please?
34 is the next slide that I have an objection to, Your Honor.
So there's no objection to 31, 32, or 33?
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Secor, you gave me a lot more work last night. You tabbed every single one of these.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, 31, 32, and 33, there's no objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the next objection, and if we can put them in a group, I would appreciate it. If not, that's fine too.
I can make an objection as a group, and I'll have to go back and add a couple of objections, but I do have the same objection to 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43.
Okay, and just so I can be clear on what I am looking at, are these also all tests that were performed on the defendant by the defense expert?
Not all of the slides.
They pertain to various different things, but my first objection to that group of slides would be bolstering under Rule 706, because all of the slides include citations to or screenshots from or data from the instrument's manual and or database. And
Let me be more clear. I need to know what I'm looking at.
Okay.
And if they're not all tests, if they're other things, if they're printouts from learned treatises and things like that, I need to take them one at a time.
Okay.
Because remember, I wasn't there for the depot. I don't know what any of this stuff is.
Yeah, I was there and I still have a hard time.
All right. So what am I looking at on page 34?
34 is data from a test administered by the defense to Mr. Cruz, but the information in the graph comes from the instrument's software program / user manual.
So the test on page 34 was administered by your expert
Yes, ma'am.
and testified to by your expert?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the defense did testify to this. They administered it. There is data in the testing instrument, and this is data in the testing instrument. And the defense testified that there was a difference between different tests that were given.
The software and the 2 slides at the top have already been presented in this PowerPoint, so those would be cumulative.
Okay, take off the bottom.
Judge,
Go ahead.
this is right out of the Canadian guidelines. Dr. Connor testified that the Canadian guidelines fit. And that under the Canadian his testimony was that under the Canadian guidelines, he has FASD. This is right from the page of the Canadian guidelines that Dr. Denny will testify it doesn't fit. He doesn't have, for example, the sentinel facial features. I think we could show them the page that Dr. Connor should have read before he said Canadian guidelines fit.
I understand. The base rate by overall sample at the very bottom left, those 2 lines
What page are we on?
on 56.
I'm sorry, about 55. Okay.
56, there's 2 lines. Base rate overall sample. It's in really small lettering. And statistical significance critical value at the 0.05 level. I think that needs to come out. I agree with you that the rest of it is proper for rebuttal to contradict or poke holes in the testimony or attempt to of Dr. Connor. So 56, other than those last 2 lines, the objection's overruled. 57 is a summary of some of the things that Dr. Connor testified to.
As well as the Dr. Denny's disagreement.
Oh, you didn't object to that one?
Right.
And 58, no objection. 59, no objection. How about 60?
This is cumulative to Dr. Scott's testimony as it outlines the criteria for conduct disorder, which Dr. Scott went over at length.
Okay, based on that argument, I'm going to overrule the objection as long as the witness is going to testify to these things.
The last 3 slides I have an objection to, Your Honor, 62, 63, and 64, which are the final 3 slides. The objection is the same to all 3, which is cumulative. All 3 of these slides have been testified to by Dr. Scott as part of his diagnostic conclusions, and he went through the diagnostic criteria point by point with the jury.
All right, as to those arguments, the objections overruled. I'm going to allow 62, 63, and 64. Now, as to the video clips, of the defendant, DMIL 23. I've had the opportunity to review the following clips that the defense is objecting to: D1, D2, D3, D5, D6, D8, and D9. And
Judge, we're going to withdraw D3.
May I step up for a moment, please?
sure. Mr. Secor, do you want to make any further argument of what's in your written motion on D1, D2, D5, D6, D8, and D9?
Yes, ma'am. My primary argument for D1 would be the same arguments made in DMIL 12, and showing the jury this video clip would be cumulative and prejudicial under 403. This is a video clip that the jury has already seen and shows the interior of a classroom during the shooting with the sound, the horrifying sound of the gun going off in the hallway, and it's students screaming in terror inside the classroom.
Judge, this is in direct rebuttal to a particular test it's called the finger tapping test, where Dr. Denny will testify that he performed so poorly on it, and as Dr. Denny already testified to, real world matters in terms of testing, and you hear with each gunshot, it's very equivalent to a finger tapping. Which shows he's completely not impaired with his finger tapping skill in shooting. And so D1 shows that. I can go on with the others just to why they're relevant. D2 is the double tapping shots that he fires. First he shoots Mr. Hickson and then he shoots Mr. Weiss. It's that section of the tape that Dr. Denny will testify is consistent with having motor control and speed. Specifically, the portion where he goes into the stairwell, he pivots, shoots Mr. Weiss twice, and continues up the stairway as if he was a trained soldier, like a SWAT. It was so done so efficiently, completely rebuts Dr. Connor's way he describes him with his visuospatial and his motor skills being impaired. D5 is a tape of him beginning his shooting on the first floor, and that Dr. Denny will describe. This shows his balance, his visual spatial abilities, how he can move through a three-dimensional space that, according to Dr. Connor's testing and opinion, he could not do. And this is showing how well he can do it. D6 is relevant to conduct disorder, about animal abuse. D8 is also about that's a clip from during the shooting, and this is specifically as to his ability to shoot. It's on the third floor, and then reload, and that's the primary portion of this video, where after he's has to reload, he does it in a very fluid, like practice. So that goes to his motor skills and ability. And D9 is his planning, which is in rebuttal to executive function, where he talks about why he chooses Valentine's Day and how he has to put off what he's doing to wait for Valentine's Day. Completely rebuts his lack of executive function that the defense has postulated.
Mr. Secor, would you like to make any other points before I rule?
Yes, ma'am. If I may quickly, please. The video D2 showing Mr. Cruz shooting Mr. Hickson and Mr. Price are things that the jury has seen numerous times already. Incorporate all arguments in DMIL 12 and Rule 401 and 403. I would argue that the justification stated by Mr. Marcus for the videos showing Mr. Cruz firing his rifle and murdering people inside the school are all in and of themselves cumulative, which would be D8, 2, and 5, which Mr. Marcus gave similar explanations for regarding motor control and ability to move through a three-dimensional space and as being indicative of visual spatial skills. So my objection to the ones showing the interior of the 1200 building during the murders are all the same. And regarding D6, which goes to conduct disorder, that's something that Dr. Scott has already testified to extensively, including the torturing and killing of animals. So I would argue that is cumulative under 403. Regarding D9 and the planning, or rather the reason for the murders being on Valentine's Day, what concerns me most about that clip is that they're talking about why Nick chose Valentine's Day. And he says, because he wanted to ruin Valentine's Day for the school. And Dr. Denny says, oh, I can understand, because it would be hard for them to have any kind of positive event ever again on Valentine's Day. And then Dr. Denny makes a comparison, just like it would be hard for us to have a celebration on September 11th. And I think that there's a danger of drawing a comparison to what Mr. Cruz did and September 11th in people's minds. I don't think that's what Dr. Denny was trying to do. I think he was just having a conversation with Nick. But the state specifically moved in limine prior to trial, prohibiting the use of referencing infamous crimes or criminals in voir dire. And I think that the reason for that is the same reason why I'm making the argument now, is that to reference another crime in relation to Nick's crimes is inflammatory.
Do you want to add anything with regard to that just last specific argument?
That is just a leap in what is said. It was the defendant who chose Valentine's Day. It was the defendant who wanted to ruin that day. And that's what he did.
Okay. I think it's important to note that the prohibition against cumulative evidence is when the evidence is needlessly cumulative and where the probative value is substantially outweighed by the needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Here, I find that the short clips, although they are cumulative, they are highly probative of the brain function of the defendant, and so long as they are relevant and can be tied into Dr. Denny's expert opinion, I find that the evidence is not needlessly cumulative and should be allowed, will be allowed. Okay. Is there anything else before we bring the jury in?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz needs to use the restroom.
Okay.
Did have a small break.
Small, like 5 minutes, please. It's almost 10 o'clock. Oh, the jurors are out there. We have to put them back.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you anymore.
That's okay.
All right, so it sounds like they're going to take a little break before they bring the jury in. That was tedious, but necessary. That was done when a defense had their expert witness. They're going through slides, determining what should be admitted, what should be not.
Right, yeah. Most of the things that happen in a courtroom are tedious but necessary, especially when the lawyers are talking. So there was evidentiary objections to many things in the slides that being used in a PowerPoint with this Dr. Denny. The vast majority of them were overruled, so the jury's going to see what's in the slides. I believe the last count was 65. or so.
Sounds like a lot. Sounds like this is going to be a long witness. This doctor, Dr. Robert Denny, a clinical psychologist, a clinical neuropsychologist. We heard sort of about his resume yesterday. It was a kind of a lengthy setup to who he is and what his area of expertise is.
Correct. Yeah, he testified quite extensively about his background, his research. We got into what peer review research is and so forth. So all that's set up now, and then what we'll be hearing now, probably very little of that background stuff. We'll get into the meat of what the testing that he did.
So it sounds like there's going to be a quick break. The jury, they will let them in, and then they're going to start hearing this testimony. It could be a long day. The judge indicated yesterday that she wants people to either bring their lunch or just be prepared because it's going to be a short lunch and possibly a long day.
Right. There's some ground to catch up because last week we missed a few days because of the storm. But I think if it's a good day today, then we'll get back on track.
And we will be there every step of the way. We're going to take a break as well. We'll be right back when the jury comes back in the courtroom. Welcome back to the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood with our legal analyst Craig Tricino with the University of Miami. The state presenting rebuttal witnesses. This is Dr. Robert Denny. Craig, this may be a long witness.
It may be, and we're just about to get into the meat of his testimony.
Let's take a listen.
Just to let everyone know, there with some of the sensitive clips, we're going to ask that it not be shown in the public.
Okay.
It'll be as we did before with the school surveillance clips.
It's been a little bit. So I just, I know we originally had two bailiffs stand right there.
I think we have something.
Right, but that was before, then they built that little screen. So, Ian, are we good to go as far as sensitive clips are concerned?
We should be good to go.
And we've removed, the juror screens are as they should be?
Yes, that's the best we can do.
Okay.
Yes, it's on. He's gonna switch this to us.
So Ian, the main screens, now, Mr. Marcus, is this for all of the clips? I'm trying to think.
No. No, it won't be, because there'll be some,
I apologize for not
there's-
remembering the procedure, but are you going to be telling, who's going to be in charge of whether or not the sensitive clips go on the big TVs? And you know how to do that, Aaron?
Well, I'll let them know. I can't switch it, but I can.
But you know which ones need to be
Yeah.
private, and you can do you need me to ask before each one?
Yeah.
Be sure?
so D1,
Yeah.
probably one.
Mr. Marcus, if you want, what I can do is, just to be sure, because there's not that many of them, is before each one, I'll say, is this a sensitive, does this clip have sensitive content? You can say yes or no. And then Ian, if he answers yes, it's sensitive, that means, I'm gonna ask Mr. Marcus before each clip whether or not the clip has sensitive content. That's how I'm going to describe it. If he says no, it goes to everybody. If he says yes, not on the big screens. Is that good?
Sounds good.
Let me just say one thing.
Sure.
What's sensitive about D1 is the sound, not the video.
Well, it's one of the, I don't remember if we played that to the public or not. I'm sorry, I don't remember, it was a long time ago. Just the
I believe-
Matthew Walker video.
I believe it's one call as to.
I'm sorry, just say, everybody's mumbling, so I'm not sure what's
Okay,
going on.
just for the record, there's no way that I know of to play a sound to everyone except the public.
No, I was just reminded that that has been public before, so D1 can be public. I didn't recall. D1 is the sound of the shots, but it's also video of
Okay.
the students hiding.
Why don't you do this? Because you're correct, Mr. Secor. There was understandably a bit of a reaction when that clip was played. Do you want to make sure, state that you let your family members know that that's going to be played, not to scold them or to be unkind, but just to warn them so that they know, so that it's not a shock?
Your Honor, the family members have all been advised, and the family members who are specifically upset, who are not in the courtroom right now, have been personally advised, as far as that's what I have been told by our victim advocates.
Okay, and I'm not,
They
folks, I'm not
understand.
faulting anyone. I just wanted to make sure that that they were pre-warned so that almost an involuntary reaction wouldn't surface.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I see. Okay. Can we see the domain for the PowerPoint, just so I know it's there?
Mr. Secor, did you want to say anything else about that?
No, ma'am, you understood me perfectly.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McCann.
Thank you. Very good, thank you.
Okay, we're bringing in the jurors.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. State when you're ready, you may continue. And Dr. Lee, you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Denning.
Good morning.
Did you examine the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And when did you examine him?
March 9 and 10 of 2022
And where was that examination?
at Broward County Jail.
And how long was your examination on each day?
I don't recall exactly the hours each day. I know the total was 6 hours of interviewing and 5 hours of testing across those 2 days.
Okay. Before we get into the specifics of your examination, your testing of the defendant, couple more questions about your qualifications regarding the type of graduate coursework that you did, and I'm specifically referencing brain-related courses, anything dealing with birth defects, birth trauma, or brain development.
Yes, I taught a neuropsychological rehabilitation course that dealt with pediatrics children. And in focusing on rehabilitation, you have to focus on the neuroanatomy and the neuropathology inherent with children, which included birth defects, genetic issues, causes for brain abnormalities, such things like anencephaly, where the brain doesn't develop correctly, or where the skull plates don't seal properly and you get different brain abnormalities. That included prenatal alcohol effects as well.
So tell us about the prenatal effects of alcohol that you taught or your other training that you had in it.
Well, in order for the students to understand the neurodevelopment issues, we obviously had to talk about the birth process and what's normal and how things go and when things aren't normal, because sometimes there are events that happen during the birth process that can cause brain injury. And so we covered that aspect as well.
Okay. And did part of your teaching deal with the effects of alcohol on the developing brain?
Yes, it did.
And what are those?
Well, alcohol can affect the developing brain. There's no doubt about that. It doesn't always, amazingly so, but it can. There's no doubt about that.
In the course of studying and preparing for teaching or preparing your lectures, did you have the opportunity to learn about the birth process and typical ways babies are delivered?
Yes, that included C-sections, normal vaginal deliveries, and whatnot, the whole process.
And did that include reviewing records regarding C-section deliveries?
Yes, it did.
And can you tell us briefly about that process, how a baby is born as a result of a C-section as opposed to a regular delivery?
Sure, I think this is important for us to realize and remember is that C-section is different. You know, the baby's surviving inside this fluid-filled space and not breathing air, right? The fluid, amniotic fluid, that's what's going in and out of their lungs. And they're getting all their complete life support based upon the umbilical cord, right? So it's like a deep sea diver with a cord that's getting oxygen and glucose and all the things they need through that cord. And so when a normal vaginal delivery is a interesting process in that it squeezes out all the extra fluid from the baby that isn't supposed to be there. It's a tough transition. All right, like their lungs are full of fluid, and in that birth process, it changes the baby's situation. You know, gets that extra fluid out, gets them prepared to take their first breath of air. With a C-section, there is no birth like that, right? The baby's lifted out, and then has to be manually cleaned up, drained, flushed out, and what have you, and then sometimes they'll spontaneously start to take their first breath, but it's a transition from not breathing to breathing, right? And so once the lungs are clear and drained and flushed out of anything that needed to be flushed, then if the baby didn't automatically, spontaneously do that because of the cold air stimulating them, they can be stimulated either flicking their foot or rubbing them or what have you. You know, the classic example, right, slapping the baby's bottom. But to get them to take that first breath of air, and that's the transition then to breathing air, and at that point then they can clip off the umbilical and go through the process of separating the baby completely. It's a transition period.
Okay, if I can please have the PowerPoint on now. Okay, if you go to the next page, please. Are you familiar with the term Apgar?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
Oh, the term Apgar, I mean, it's actually not an acronym, it's a person's name. Virginia Apgar was an anesthesiologist and came up with the Apgar scale in the early 50s, and it has now become standard practice to rate the baby's general health at the time of delivery and key factors, and to monitor that then over a short period of time.
Okay, what are we looking at on slide 2?
This is the actual Apgar rating for Mr. Cruz, and you can see on the top left-hand corner of the column here under Apgar heading, the sign is the rating scale, 0, 1, or 2. Then we have the section here, heart rate, then respiration effort, muscle tone, reflex, irritability, and color. Each of those categories are rated based upon the scale 0, 1, and 2. The 2 is the best score, 0 is the worst score. So heart rate, if it's absent, is 0. If it's slow, that is below 100, it's a 1. If it's over 100, that's good, healthy. So that's rated a 2. Same thing with respiration. You can see if it's absent or slow or irregular, or the baby's got good respiratory power and they're crying, that's a good thing. And in muscle tone, some babies are born if they've got neurologic problems with flaccid motor. They're called a flaccid baby. So that's rated, the muscle tone. Obviously, you want active in motion. That's the best. Reflex irritability, does the baby react? If the baby's not reacting at all, that's pretty bad. That's a 0. But they should be reacting. Crying is the best, where they're spontaneously moving around and reacting to the world. And then, of course, their color. It goes to how much oxygen's in their system, and it's not unusual for babies to be born blue or pale blue. That just means they need to be supplemented maybe, but it's rated from 0 to a 1 is they're pink in the core, but their extremities are a little more blue, and then 2 is they're pink throughout. Their core is pink, and their extremities are also pink. And then the column on the right is minutes. So the Apgar is rated for the baby at the 1 minute mark, which is just the time enough to clean up the baby and get the baby, do all the measuring and things that they do. And then you'll see that he was rated a 2 all the way down the column except for color. He was termed to be pale or blue, so he was rated a 0. That's not, and so the total score is an 8. That's still a normal score for a baby at a 1 minute mark. And then at that point, oxygen would be placed, for example, and then you want to see it improve. And at the 5 minute mark, they're rated again. That's standard procedure, rate at 1 minute and rate at 5 minutes. And at 5 minutes, you see it change from a 0 to a 1, which means he's turning more pink, right? It's just the extremities, they're a little bit not so pink. But that change is a good change. And at the 5 minute mark, if that score of 9, if it had been less than 7, that would have been a bit of concern, and they would have then rated him again at 10 minutes. But since he had improved from an 8 to a 9, those are both normal scores. There was no need to rate him again at 10 minutes. That's standard protocol.
So that's why there's nothing on under 10 minutes?
That's correct.
Okay. So just based on the Apgar, was that normal or abnormal scoring?
Based on these scores, Mr. Cruz was a healthy baby when he was born.
Okay. You heard testimony that the defendant was resuscitated from the defense?
I did hear that, yes.
And if we can go to number 3, what is 3?
3 is the page from the birth record for Mr. Cruz, and there's a highlighted box on the left. Is that the right page? Under the heading resuscitation, it's highlighted a little bit.
Okay, and for the record, this is also has a bait stamp of NC adoption 11 of 1450. And this is in evidence. So can you explain what's highlighted in yellow? So there's a box at the top of it says resuscitation. What are you reading there?
Yes, there's a checklist underneath that heading. It's a general heading for the category related to resuscitation. But then you have to look and see what's checkmarked underneath. And you can see that it was marked here, oxygen by mask. Just is marked. And then it says by oxygen by mask / bag and mask. It just says marked. To me, that would mean oxygen. The next box is cords visualized, a standard procedure. It's just verifying that, yes, I visualized the cords. I looked at the umbilical cord and checked it. Okay, and that's all. It's a check mark that's been done. And then we see a check down here near the bottom, suction by bulb and catheter. Okay, it's a little rubber ball, right? And you use to suck out the mouth and nose, and the catheter is a bulb with a tube attached to it. And so that tube can be slid down in and actually suck out the contents of their stomach or what have you to clean out any fluid that they don't want in there. And then underneath there, it's checkmark stimulation. So this record indicates there was some form of stimulation. That would be to get the child to make that transition to breathing. And I don't know what the stimulation was. It could have been rubbing, tapping his foot, or what have you, but something to get the baby to take its first breath.
Okay, now as we move to the right from resuscitation, those are the Apgar that we showed in the previous slide?
Yes, that's the exact same one.
Okay, and now if we move a little bit more to the right, under initial newborn exam, what does that say?
no observed abnormalities.
Okay. Then going to the notes under that section, can you read that and explain the initials, the abbreviations?
Sure. It says infant with MSAF. MSAF stands for meconium-stained amniotic fluid. Okay, I believe there's been testimony about meconium, which is bowel movement. Sometimes that can get into the amniotic fluid, the space that the child's living in, and it can be thick or it can be just very little bit. That little bit then stains the amniotic fluid, gives it a little bit of color. And that's what that means, amniotic stained, or meconium stained amniotic fluid. It doesn't mean there's chunks floating around it necessarily. It just means it's stained. And then going further, so infant with meconium stained amniotic fluid noted at delivery. Then underneath that, suctioned for approximately 0.5 cc of thin meconium-stained amniotic fluid. And I'm not sure, it says like and cords, which I guess has to do with reviewing the cords, but you wouldn't suction the cords, obviously. The next one is BUFA, which stands for baby up for adoption. It's a standard term. Adoptive mother, and I can't read what that says there, but then on the left it says stomach suction for a small amount of thin MSAF, meconium stained amniotic fluid, until clear. This is probably where they use the bulb and with the catheter to suck out the amniotic fluid from the stomach and get that all cleaned out of there. And nuchal cord times 3. A nuchal cord is a term meaning that the umbilicus or the umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck. It's not uncommon. It's not preferable, but it's not uncommon, and it's not necessarily a sign of a problem. It would be a problem for a vaginal birth if it's wrapped around the neck, but this was a C-section. It's probably the reason why they did the C-section. Okay, but Site says nuchal cord times 3. It was wrapped around the neck 3 times. And then the bottom, I already did meconium stained amniotic fluid until clear. And BBS stands for bilateral breath sounds. And it says bilateral breath sounds equal, or in other words, bilateral breath sounds are equal and clear, meaning that there's bilateral breath sounds. So it's the sound you listen to the chest of the baby, and you hear the sound of air going into the lungs on the right side and the left side. That confirms that there's no substantive leftover amniotic fluid filling the lungs, right? That's been drained, and now the baby's breathing air. So that's all very normal and healthy. It should be bilaterally clear and equal.
If we could go to slide 4, please. Now, what is slide 4? I'll note that on the bottom, the bait stamp is, this is an evidence NC adopt 10 of 1450. Can you explain this page, please?
Yeah, this is another page out of the record. There are multiple people charting, right, at the time, and sometimes they fill things out slightly different. That's not unusual. Here we see a lot of information. There's some things highlighted under resuscitation. It says spontaneous respiration. So somebody checked that the baby spontaneously started breathing. So we don't know if it was stimulated to get in breathing or spontaneous, but both are fine. Neither one would make much difference, really. And then the highlight to the right, I think, is quite important because it says he was transferred to the newborn nursery. That's the place babies want to go, right? That's the good place. The place you don't want them to have to go is the neonatal intensive care. And he would have gone to the neonatal intensive care if there was problems. But everything was normal based upon the Apgars and from the charting. suggested he was a healthy, normal baby, and he went to the nursery, which just kind of supports that even further.
All right, based on your review of these records, can you tell us what you learned about his birth and the early examination at or around his birth?
Well, other than the fact that it was a C-section, which is generally, not less, what's the right word to say? Less than optimal, but very common. Other than the fact that it was a C-section, it was a normal process. I see nothing in here that would suggest that there was anything abnormal or problematic beyond the fact that it was a C-section, and there was a reason for that. But he, as a baby, came out looking perfectly normal. He was a little blue initially, but that's not unusual. Scores of 8 and 9 on the Apgar are still considered normal baby scores. And he was placed in the nursery, so he was a healthy little baby. 6 pounds, 4 ounces, if I recall correctly. That's good.
Okay, did you also review the meconium drug abuse screen?
Yes.
And what were those results and the meaning of that?
Well, the results I understand were negative, meaning that there were no positive findings in that. And meconium, if you recall, is the baby's digestive system is starting to come online and start to function early on during the developmental period. There's indication that meconium really starts to be formed at about 12 weeks, somewhere between 12, 15 weeks of gestation, and that it continues to form in gastrointestinal system throughout the rest of the pregnancy. And so it can actually be a record of drug use. And my understanding is that the toxicology results came back negative. So that's a good sign. That would suggest there's no indication of drugs in the baby's experience during, ever since about 12 or 15 weeks.
Would that test result be consistent with or inconsistent with the mother using cocaine at 6 months pregnancy?
From my understanding, that would be inconsistent because the toxicology results were negative.
Okay, going back to the examination that you performed on the defendant, how do you begin the examination?
I introduce myself and verify that the defendant knew that what was going on, and I'm making sure that they're not surprised that I'm here and who I am and who hired me, what the purpose of the examination was, the limits of confidentiality, that this is not like a normal doctor-patient relationship where things are private, because my results would have to then be disclosed to the attorneys involved in the case, the judge, and anybody else involved, jurors, right? But beyond that, it's not necessarily going to be like, I'm not going to post things to the internet or anything like that. So I give limits of confidentiality, and again explain who I am and what I'm doing. I show the defendant my license, that I am a psychologist, and my RAC card from my clinic showing I'm a real person in a real clinic.
Okay, and I'm going to ask a question. I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with this, but was anyone else in the room with you?
Yes, and that's what made, this is not very confidential, pretty easy to explain when there's a camera in the room, and Mr. Cruz's attorney was present, or somebody from his defense was present.
Okay, and as a result of perhaps the camera, do you have to change anything about your testing that you would normally do in a private setting?
Right. Normally, To my recollection, this is the first case I've had to actually do testing while recorded. That's not done normally. And I didn't have a choice over it. It was required to be done. And so as a result, I chose tests. Well, there's many, many years of indication showing that when there's a third-party observer present during neurocognitive testing, it actually changes the test scores. People don't perform the same way as they do when they're just alone with an examiner. And some of the scores, particularly verbal memory, some other scores can be lower when there is a third-party observer present. And that's also true if there's just a camera present. It's just fascinating stuff. So even the camera being present causes lowered scores. So there's that issue. So I knew that if I did testing that was sensitive to the effects of what we call third-party observers, then those scores would not be an accurate reflection of his real abilities. And so I had to choose tests that I felt were robust against that effect of third-party observer. But I also had to choose tests that didn't disclose too much of the test, because I didn't know where that video was going to go. And I didn't know, and we have very strict test security issues, right? Like you wouldn't want the items from an IQ test to go out to the public, because that would kind of ruin the test. And that's our bread and butter in our careers. We psychologically test people, right? So we can't let that out. And so there's security concerns, ethical concerns. And so I had to make sure I used tests that didn't give up too much security in regard to that as well.
Okay, despite those limitations, did you feel you still could give a competent testing, do a competent testing?
Yes, because tests are procedures, right? And the important thing is that I am watching him do this procedure. And so I'm getting the experience of interacting with him. I'm seeing how he performs. Yes, I get scores, and that does inform me as well. But I also see how he handles the test, how he interacts with me, how he responds to instructions and directions. Does he catch on to the instructions quickly, or does he not? That's all very, very informative as well. So the fact that I've got 5 hours of testing with him, in addition to the 6 hours of interviewing, that all helps me in my evaluation. But the scores I acquired from the examination, I think, were valid scores, and with some exception, and so they were good to review. But I also had, keep in mind, I also had prior testing that had been done a year ago, a large amount of testing, and so I had that to look at as well and compare to my testing. And I believe that given the entirety of the record in that regard, it was certainly enough for me to come to reasonable conclusions, in my opinion.
Okay, if I can go to the next slide, please. Now, Doctor, yesterday, and this would be my fault, we went through a very long explanation of validity testing. So maybe there was a point to that, as we won't have to do it as much today. But what is slide 5?
Yeah, this is the computer printout decision rules related to one of the performance validity tests. And this is a test designed to identify people who are not putting forth appropriate task engagement. They're not appropriately engaged in the task and with the goal of doing their best. And this is the decision tree process of that test. And I can go through and explain what this means.
Okay, I think this is the worst slide that we're going to present today, hopefully. So can you go through this, just start in one
I'm
box?
afraid it's not, but...
Okay. Well,
but
I'm hoping it's the worst.
Yeah.
But if we can just take it slowly through the first box you want everyone to look at.
Sure.
There's a lot of initials here too, so...
Yeah, and I'll explain that as best I can. The first box I want you to look at is the red one on the left. This is the first decision rule.
Let me explain the way this test basically works. It presents as a visual learning and memory task. So the person is presented with images on a computer screen, and they're told to remember those. All right, and so you present that twice with them, and then they have to answer. Continue with the computer program. I'm hesitating because I'm trying to figure out how much I need to tell you to understand without giving too much detail of selling the farm, so to speak. So, so they review these images, and then you have them do a test of recognition. You know, was this picture from that list, or was this picture not from that list? And they choose which one for themselves, and that's the IR. It's called immediate recognition. And then I show them other pictures just to look at as distractors. And then we do other tasks, like some motor task or some other cognitive task that is not picture related for 10 minutes. And then I come back to this and say, okay, now choose which picture you remember seeing before, and you know, not the wrong picture, right? And so they do that. And then that's the DR, the delayed recognition score. And the CNS is the consistency between those two. That's all. And there are specific rules that if a person performs too poorly on these very easy portions of the test, then the test is immediately a fail. Okay, as far as validity goes. Which in this case, it's no. He passed that initial screen on it. And so that's the A1, which is another set of rules. He passed it, and then it goes through another filter of rules. Well, did he pass A2, which is another set of rules? And he did. He passed that. So we then go on to the easy subtest box there, the pass easy subtest. That means he passed the easy subtest on this test. It's a very sophisticated test. And he passed the easy portions. And then it goes to a much more difficult portion of the test. That's free recall. So remember, he was choosing which pictures from recognition. Well, then later in the test, I'm giving him a partial information from the picture, and he has to give me the rest of it. So it's a paired association, or PA. And in the very end is free recall. Now, give me all the pictures
Doctor,
you
can
remember.
you give an example that's not on the test of these paired associations?
Okay, for example, I could let's imagine a horse with a saddle. You look at the picture and go, oh, it's a horse and a saddle. There's two things in there, right? And they kind of go together. And that's the kind of thing you would expect to see on this test.
So later you show a picture of a horse and see if you can say the saddle. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would say the horse and ask what went with it. He would say saddle.
Okay.
Right. And then at the end is the free recall part where I say, tell me all the pictures you remember from the original presentation. And so here, continuing along the red line, he passed the easiest subtests, but his free recall was less than 70. That means the number of pictures he could recall from memory with no help or support was low. And so then it takes you to the next box, and it tells you what to do. As far as an examiner, it tells me what to do. It says, okay, weak memory. Okay, interpret relative to appropriate comparison groups. This is telling me, oh, your guy passed the easy stuff, but he produced what looks like maybe weak memory. Now, it's your job to go find out why that's weak and compare it to appropriate groups. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, if this is an Alzheimer's referral, I would compare him to other Alzheimer's patients, right? And is his memory weak because of that? Or is it weak because he's playing games with me? And so that's where you have to look at reasonable comparison groups to determine whether or not this makes clinical sense. And that's the point of that last red box.
Okay, can we please go to the next slide?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, does this go with the last slide 5 that we just saw?
Yeah, this is the same test. And this is a graphic representation of his performance. And so on the graph, you can see on the left bar up and down, these are percentages. So all of his scores here are put onto the graph based upon percent correct. and his, and then you see across the bottom IR, which is immediate recognition, DR is delayed recognition, this CNS consistency between them. And then DRA and DRV are different types of recognition that are much more sophisticated, but they're simply recognition tasks. And then PA is the paired associate that Mr. Mark has asked me about, where I give him one part of the picture and he gives me the rest. And then FR is the free recall part. And so what we can see here is Mr. Cruz's performance is in the dark blue line with the diamonds. You can see he got 100% for the IR, DR, and CNS. That's maximum. It's fantastic. Okay, got it all. Dipped a little bit for DRA, but then went back up to 100% for DRV and then for paired associate. And let me say, first of all, the gray shaded area in this graph would be the area of abnormality, that the score is falling in an area that it shouldn't fall unless there's a problem, okay? Problem in the test taker, test behavior, or a problem because of serious cognitive problems. And so you see, then all of a sudden we get to free recall and it's 0. He gets 100% on most of everything and then gives me 0 correct for the free recall. That's very atypical.
Okay, I need to stop you about atypical, because that's one of those words, like you can say a typical example, but atypical as you're using it, that's one word. What does atypical mean?
This ain't right.
Abnormal?
Abnormal.
Okay.
Right.
Can you use abnormal instead of atypical?
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
Go ahead.
It's abnormal because it shouldn't be happening. And so I have to then answer the question, well, why would a person give me 100% for all those easy things, but then 0? And so, well, let's compare them to other groups. And so that's what the other lines are here for, so that I can make those appropriate comparisons like the software told me to do. And this software automatically puts scores in here. But you can also choose groups that are relevant to the referral question. Okay, and you can see these groups listed under here. And I'm going to start with the green line with the green triangle. Those are fetal alcohol spectrum disorder children from the software. And you can see how fetal alcohol spectrum disorder children scored. The green line's up here in all the normal ranges, and then their free recall drops, but it's still within normal limits. Okay, so their free recall should not be impaired, right? Well, what about developmentally disabled children? So the red line with the red square, these are developmentally disabled children who passed the test. You can see the red line at the top, it's all good, and their free recall also drops a little bit, but it's above the impaired gray shaded area. Then I wanted to look at, okay, well, if that free recall is really, really impaired, right, dementia groups have terrible memory, so how does that compare to dementia groups? And we can see that in the purple line, it's a mixed dementia group who also passed the nonverbal MSVT, and you can see all their passing scores up there. But then what's striking is you notice from DRV over to paired associate, the score drops and becomes a little bit impaired, falls in that range. And then free recall drops even more. It creates a curve downward. That's what I expect to see when there's real memory impairment. And so that's mild dementia. Let's look at another mixed dementia group. This is a mixed dementia group who failed the nonverbal NSVT. These are more severe dementia patients. And you can see their lines lower. So that reflects that. You see the brown line, they're actually impaired a little bit on the easy stuff. The whole line is dropped. But they show that same classic expected curve at the end. That's what I expect to see with people who are more moderately impaired with dementia. And then the last group here at the bottom are patients with advanced dementia. Okay, these are people who are nursing home level impairment. Okay, they've got tremendous memory problems. And you can see that they perform more poorly on this test all across the board. You can see their easy stuff's in the impaired range, but then they still show that same gradual drop-off. It's a slope going down. with their free recall being very, very poor. But to have a very, very poor free recall score like they had, that goes with dropping of the other scores. You see that? The more severe the dementia, the more all of the scores drop. Contrast that with what Mr. Cruz did. He gave me 100% almost across the board on all those tests, and yet his free recall is worse than the severe dementia patients.
Okay, if we could go to slide 7, please.
This is also from the same test. It just gives you the item level performance, which items did he pass, which items did he not pass on. And so you can see the check marks means he got them right. So these are the scales across. You see he got most of them right. There was a couple errors on the DRA, but no big deal. Most of it was 100%. Then you can look at the free recall column. That's every item he missed. And what he did is he, rather than telling me the words that I asked him to tell me, he gave me the words from the distractors, the things I told him not to remember early on in the test. And he gave me 12 of those words. And 75% of that was remembered from early in the test. So he was able to remember the wrong words, and he gave me those. So that proved that he could actually remember the right words if he had chose to do so. But he chose to give me the wrong words. And that doesn't happen in clinical practice.
Did you try to clarify with him so he wasn't misunderstanding the directions?
I did. Once he started giving me those wrong words, I reiterated, no, tell me the pictures you remember from the screen, not the card. And he continued to give me the items from the card.
So as a result of this test, what's your bottom line? What was the result of this test?
So my conclusion from this test is that he technically passed it from the software scoring rules, but when you look at what he did with free recall, he was clearly playing with me. Okay, this is not what you see with real memory impairment. This is what you see when somebody's playing games with you. That's my conclusion. So in my mind, even though technically it's a pass, in my mind, it shows that he's playing games with my testing. So I would call that a positive validity finding, that, okay, there's something wrong with the validity of these tests because he's playing games with me.
Okay, so in addition to this test, were there other tests that informed your opinion regarding the validity of his overall performance?
Yes, there were. He performed so poorly on a drawing construction task that the score fell below cutoffs for what we would consider valid. So you can have a regular test that is commonly used. It's not necessarily considered a validity test in and of itself, but even with those normal tests, if a person scores in a certain way on it, it can become a validity test. Like if a person performs so poorly on this, that could be an indication of poor validity of the findings, particularly if it's not consistent with his real-world functioning. And that's what he did on one of the other tests.
What was the name of that test?
The Ray complex figure copy.
Okay, so can you, without giving away the farm, can you explain what that test is?
Sure. Basically, you present this complicated picture and ask him to copy it. Take your time, draw it on a piece of paper, make it about the same size. You can erase if you need to, okay? And so the person just literally copies it onto another page.
Is it like a picture of a person or geometric?
It's more of a geometric line. It's a geometric figure of lines, black and white.
Okay. And so how did he do on that test?
Again, he performed so poorly on the copy that it falls below the standards for what we would consider valid. I mean, it's just too poor. We would just do that. Now, it could be valid in certain situations, like if I was evaluating a stroke patient who had clear indications of stroke problem, typically in the right hemisphere, which can wipe out that visual spatial part of the brain or impair it to such a degree that a person can't draw a figure, and it'll look very warped, it'll look very stroke-like. Okay, I just know what that looks like from working in traumatic brain injury and stroke patients. And so, again, that type of a setting, or somebody who really does have like moderate to advanced Alzheimer's disease, their score would also be very, very bad. But when you look at the picture, you go, okay, this makes sense, and it's consistent with the person I'm interacting with and talking with, because they've got the clinical signs of this very severe disorder. And so that makes sense. Mr. Cruz did not have the signs of the kind of severe disorder that could support this bad of a copy score. It just doesn't. In Missouri, we would say that dog don't hunt. It just doesn't work. That's not the way it works.
So was this a test that you gave or the defense gave? Or
well,
both?
Actually both. We both gave this test, but I'm talking about how he performed with mine at this moment.
Okay. First of all, is there a danger in giving the same test that was given by the defense the prior year?
Well, sometimes you can have what's called retest effects or serial testing effects. If you give a test and then within, a few weeks or a small number of months, give it again, sometimes they can recognize that task and go, oh, yeah, I kind of remember how to do this a little bit. You don't give them answers when you're testing somebody, so they never get the right answers from you. But they get a little bit of experience with it. So, oh, I see how this works. I've done it before. Or they can recognize it. But this was a year ago. This is by far long enough that that's not a concern. And in regard specifically to the Ray complex figure, it doesn't matter because he performed worse with me than he did a year prior. Okay, so it's not like he practiced and got better. His score was actually worse on the copy.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. How did he do in the 2021 test given by the defense expert versus your test?
Right, on the copy portion, he performed a little bit better than what he did with me, but it was still below the cutoff for a valid test. So that would still be a fail in terms of test validity. And on that test also, there's another portion of it that after 3 minutes, you say, okay, draw that again from memory. He did so poorly on that it failed also the validity aspects. A year previous, he failed that part of it. With me, he did better on that, and so he did not actually fail that portion of it. But the fact that he did so poorly on the copy portion tells me that his recall of those figures for every part of the test that goes on later, there's other times you ask him to draw it again, right? All of those scores would be low because he wasn't engaged properly with the task at the beginning.
And moving on, was there another performance validity test that you gave?
Yes, there was an embedded validity indicator that I looked at.
Okay, embedded is another word you're going to have to
I'm sorry, yeah. I mentioned yesterday that there's two different kinds of performance validity tests. There's freestanding ones that you take off the shelf and you throw it in with your battery as another test. But there are also embedded indicators that we look inside the tests that you normally give, but there's findings in there that shouldn't be bad with real patients giving real effort, right? And so when those scores are too low, then that will be a positive validity indicator too. Meaning, what I mean by positive validity indicator is a red flag, right? Telling me, whoa, there's something wrong with this test data. That's all that means. And so in this instance, the embedded measure or that I'm looking at is called reliable digit span. It was a part of the IQ testing.
Okay, what can you tell us about reliable digit span? What kind of test is that? And can you just give us as much information as you can?
Right. It comes from a subtest from the IQ battery. there's a portion of the IQ battery where you have them. I guess I can say this: you repeat digits and you have them. You say digits and you have them repeat it back to based on their immediate memory. Okay, with no distractor or anything. This score takes that information but rearranges it in a way that that even if somebody's got problems with their digit span score, that subtest from the IQ, they shouldn't mess up this score, okay? Because this score has been shown to be not sensitive to brain abnormality, okay? But it is sensitive, more sensitive to people not putting forth proper task engagement. They're not applying themselves and trying to do their best. This score will tell you that, okay, that's what's happening here.
So it's so simple, anyone should pass it.
Right, even in traumatic brain injury and stroke patients, unless the stroke has taken out their verbal skills, right? They can't repeat the digits. But yeah, they should pass it in almost all cases. I mean, there's a cutoff. I mean, it's not perfect, but there is a cutoff for when we call it not valid.
And how did the defendant do on that test?
He actually landed right on the borderline score. So it's technically a pass, but it was iffy with mine. It's different than what he did a year before.
And that was a defense test that was given?
Yes.
Okay.
A year before it was given.
Okay, and then did you give the same test?
Yes.
And how did he do on your test?
Well, I'm sorry. My test, he landed on the borderline score.
Okay.
The year before, he failed it. It fell below that cutoff.
He failed for the defense and fell on the borderline for you.
Right. He improved a little bit with me a year later, but just by one digit. So it landed on the borderline.
Okay, so what do your validity findings tell you about his results on other tests that you administer?
We've been doing this for many, many years as far as neuropsychological testing, and across lots of different places, lots of different types of pathological conditions, all sorts of things. And we have come to understand that when people start to fail validity tests, and sometimes there can be multiple validity tests in a battery, like numerous ones. Sometimes there's just a couple. But once they start failing the validity tests, the other scores are lowered, okay? Because the validity tests tell you they're not putting forth their best effort on the testing, right? They're not trying to do well for whatever reason. And so the other cognitive testing is actually an underrepresentation of their real ability. The whole thing drops in a disorganized manner, okay? It's not predictably reliable how it's going to fall, but it does fall because they're not applying themselves consistently and appropriately on testing. And the more validity scales that failed, the lower this overall battery is going to be. So you can't trust it. It does not reflect a person's genuine ability. That's what it tells you.
In plain words, was the defendant faking?
In plain words, he was not trying to do good on the testing. And it takes clinical judgment to decide, well, was that because he didn't care? Was that because he was playing games with me for whatever reason? Or was that because he was trying to look impaired? That's a clinical judgment. And based on my clinical judgment, I believe it was because he was trying to look more impaired than he is.
Did he also fail any validity testing done by the defense?
Yes. There were freestanding validity tests administered. He passed those. But the embedded ones, like the reliable digit span I was just discussing, he failed that. And his score on the Ray complex figure, like I mentioned, was so poor as to be unbelievable. And it fell below cutoff for what would be considered a valid finding. And so there was indication of failed validity in that test battery as well. Just from the performance validity side, but there were indications in the symptom side as well.
Okay, yesterday we talked, maybe too much, about symptom validity testing as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just briefly remind the jury what kind of test is a symptom validity test, please?
Yeah, let me contrast that with what we were just talking about. Performance validity is the validity of a person's performance, right? Are they trying to do their best in testing? Symptom validity is the validity of their self-report related to symptoms. It could be symptoms of anything, symptoms of memory problems, symptoms of psychiatric disorder or back pain, what have you. And so the symptom validity tests measure if they're exaggerating their self-report or minimizing their self-report, like I mentioned yesterday.
Did you give several symptom validity tests?
Well, I gave several psychological tests that measure a wide variety of difficulties that people commonly have. And inside those standardized measures are validity tests. That's pretty much standard in our field for any significant self-report instrument that measures mental health concerns, somatic cognitive concerns, what have you, body concerns. Any sort of psychological test like that will include validity scales. And all of the measures that were administered by me and Dr. Scott related to symptom report had validity scales in them.
Can you define somatic?
Somatic, yes. Pertaining to the body. Like, I've got upset stomach, I've got reflux, I've got burning in my chest, I've got heart pain, I've got arm tingling, any somatic, any body problems, complaints about the functioning of my body. It could be pain, too, potentially.
Okay. In general, how did he perform on these measures of his symptoms?
Right. Out of 5 different measures that were administered, he grossly exaggerated on every one of them. Beyond debate on the validity scales were so elevated, they could not, for the most part, most of them could not be elevated any further than they were.
Okay, if I can go to slide 8, please. So what is this testing?
This is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, 3rd edition. Extremely commonly used tests. The MMPI has been around for years and years and years. Measures a wide variety of issues, psychological issues, like depression, anxiety, fearfulness. It also measures more severe psychiatric issues, hearing voices, strange beliefs, paranoia. And it also measures, there's items on here that measure, again, somatic body concerns, body worries, body aches and pains, self-report of that. And there's also items in here measuring complaints of memory problem and thinking problems, suicidal type issues. There's also items on here that correspond with things like, substance abuse history, tendency to have problems with alcohol, what have you, and as well as aggressiveness or the opposite, dependency and fearfulness. All that kind of it's a big test, a lot of items.
So if you were to get a valid score from this, what use is it to a neuropsychologist or a psychologist in diagnosing a person?
That's a great question. It's important to use, in my opinion, because there are times when somebody can have such severe mental health problems. Let's take, for example, depression. Somebody who is very severely depressed. They're slowed down. They're severely depressed. Well, if you give them cognitive testing, sometimes their cognitive testing can be it's going to be slowed down too, right? Because there's some depression. And so if you include testing like this in there, you can say, oh, maybe, and if they scored in a proper way, it's suggesting it's valid, but severely depressed, and that is consistent with the presentation of the person I'm sitting with. They look depressed. And then the cognitive testing is unusually low across the board, and the pattern doesn't make sense for any particular neurologic problem, then that would make sense that it's the severe depression causing it. So these tests are very useful in neuropsychology. Even though they're not neuropsychological tests, they're psychological tests, but they help inform the results of the neuropsychological testing.
And what were the results of the defendant's MMPI-3?
As I noted, the MMPI-3, it has validity scales in it. And this, on the screen here, is the cover sheet for the validity portion of the software scoring generated report, the interpretive report. And you see across the top is the software telling me this protocol is invalid. Okay. First of all, that tells me you can't use the results of this test for normal scale interpretation, like depression, anxiety, paranoia, what have you, because it's not valid. And the reason it's not valid is because you can see across the line there's these different scales. And I'll just very quickly, very briefly mention what the scale measures. CRIN, VRIN, and TRIN all work together, and they verify that the person understood the statements that they were reading. You read the statements and you mark true or false for yourself. So that verifies that he could read the items and understood what they meant and responded based upon the content of the item. And those also tell me that he was consistent through all 335 items. Okay, that's
so
good.
On this test, is 50 a good number?
I'm sorry, yes. 50, this is a T-score scale on the left. 50 is the mean average. It's the good score. It's perfectly what you expect.
Okay.
So those three scores right there, right around 50, tell me that he understood the items, he could read it, he responded based upon what the item content said, and that he was consistent throughout the test. That means he wasn't too impaired to take the test, if that makes sense.
And F?
Yeah, the problem is...
Sorry, one at a time. I didn't get the question.
F and FP?
Yes. The problem now comes in the rest of it. F is a scale that measures a wide variety of severe complaints that are not commonly, they're infrequently endorsed, okay, in real patients. And so if that score is elevated, it could mean that the person's under a lot of emotional distress, if it's elevated a little bit. But once it gets above a certain cutoff, it becomes, it now tells me that it's over-exaggerating. And his F of 120 is as bad as it can possibly be. You see on the top of the scale, these little lines are like three little dashes side by side, and there's some at the bottom as well. That corresponds with the number of raw items that you have to endorse. Okay, so if you bump up against that top line, that means you endorsed every single item on that scale. Okay, and F is extremely elevated. That would mean this protocol is invalid. The scale next to it, FP, tells me a little bit more about the nature of his endorsements. FP are bizarre psychiatric problems that even severely psychotic patients don't endorse very often. And his score is not up to the maximum, but it's over a 100. It's high enough to tell me that he's grossly exaggerating severe mental illness in this test. Now,
if he had those psychiatric conditions, would it be immediately noticeable to you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Somebody who is first of all, even somebody who's severely psychotic would not endorse that high. But they also would be unable to create a consistent profile, right? Being able to sit down and take the time to read all 335 items and respond that way, there's no way. That would not happen.
Okay.
Then the other scale, if I can, FS is for somatic bodily related issues. That's elevated also, so he's endorsing too many problems with his body. That doesn't make sense. And then FBS is elevated to a lesser degree, but is still elevated. FBS is a scale that measures cognitive complaints, memory complaints, things like that. And then RBS is strictly memory complaints kind of questions. That is also elevated. So what we see from this overall profile is he's grossly exaggerating very severe psychiatric problems as well as somatic concerns, body concerns, cognitive concerns, and memory complaints.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide.
Yes. This is the
Okay, this is also a little confusing.
Yeah, and I don't need to explain all of it, but there's just a little bit of it I'll explain. First of all, this is the personality assessment inventory. It's another test similar to the MMPI. It measures a wide variety of psychological disorders and problems, but it has a validity scale as well. And that validity scale I want to direct your attention to is over toward the left side. And this is again, T-scale score. That's of not great concern. But what's concerning is the blue line. And you see the blue box at the very top of the left side of the graph. That's NIM scale, NIM. At a very, very high level, it's like a T-score of 107. It's way up there. The negative impression management is what NIM stands for. That's a scale that it will elevate when somebody is trying to look bad. And his scale is, as you can see, almost off the chart with him attempting to look very, very bad on this test. That's an indication of pretty extreme exaggeration.
And any other scales? There's another one near or at the top.
Yeah, the rest of the scales are not validity scales, so they're actually clinical scales, and they're grossly elevated, but we can't believe them because the validity scale is too high. The high validity tells us that these are not valid scores, and so we can't interpret them clinically. They're trash.
So if you're making yourself look bad, the rest of the test is useless in terms of clinical determination of what the diagnosis should be?
That's exactly right. It's just like the performance test. If somebody's performing poorly on the validity tests, the rest of the cognitive scores are useless. They don't reflect a person's real abilities. You can interpret them to indicate a certain level of functioning, but by no means is that the person's best level of functioning. We can't interpret these clinical scales in a normal way to say like, oh, he's got severe psychiatric problems or psychosis or suicidal ideation or what have you.
Next slide, please.
A lot of stuff on here that I'm not going to cover. I'm just going to mention a couple points. This, first of all, comes from the clinical assessment of attention deficit. This is a self-report scale of items that directly measure aspects of attention deficit like you would have with attention deficit disorder. But it's interesting because it measures it at two time frames. It measures it from a person's recollection of what life was like when they were growing up. So the attention deficit kind of problems when I was a kid. But also attention deficit problems now. So there's adult and there's child aspects to it. But it has validity scales as well. And so that's where we always start, because you can't interpret the rest of it without the validity scales. So we look at the top right, and this is Mr. Cruz's performance here. You see the negative impression scale at the top. The raw score is 58. The number doesn't really mean anything to us. That's just what it was. What was meaningful is classification, and they use that word, atypical.
Abnormal, right?
Abnormal. This is not right. It shouldn't be atypical. That tells us that this person was doing something with the test which is not normal, not the way it should be. And then we can say, well, what does it look like? And then we look at if you'll notice down any of these boxes, like the left lower one, there's a column there that says percent ILE, that's percentile. Kind of funny way to abbreviate it. And you'll notice they're like greater than 99% all the way down the column. Okay, that means maximum height, that it's as bad as it can be. So all of those were as bad as they can be. And then you look here too, on the right side, the CAT A current symptom scales, you see the percentile column there, also greater than 99% all the way down the column. That means it's as bad as it could possibly get.
Now when you say bad as it possibly can get, you mean in terms of validity?
Well, and actually, that's the actual clinical scales. They're all maxed out, and with a high validity scale saying, look, this is atypical, this is abnormal, and then you've got these scales all at the ceiling level. That's just not clinically right. That indicates exaggeration, gross exaggeration, I mean, extreme exaggeration related to attention deficit complaints.
Okay, when we were in algebra, if we got a 99%, we'd be pretty happy about it. Is this not the same thing?
Yeah, it's actually different.
Okay.
Percentile and percent are different things. You can get 99% on a test. I mean, if it's a 100-item test, you missed one item, that's really, really good. But percentile is like based upon the bell-shaped curve, which is we're going to talk about. But the 99th percentile means that this person scored higher than 99% of everybody in that group, everybody in the normal population. And so that means he's at the highest level on all of these scales, the most extreme level on all of these scales. And yet, we can't take that as being valid because the validity scale says this is not done properly.
99%, but not in a good way.
Not in a good way. No, this is the most extreme impairment in attention deficit seen in the history of the world. That's the level of impairment here. It's just extreme high. It's maxed out on all the way across the board.
Okay. And in your opinion, is it a valid test?
Absolutely not. It takes time and focused attention to actually fill out the paperwork, to answer the items. There's a lot of items on this test, and you have to actually answer them. If his attention problems were as bad as this, he couldn't actually take the test. It just doesn't make sense. It's not clinically.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Okay. This is a test I also administered. It's called the Battery for Health Improvement, second edition. This covers a wide variety of mental health issues, but also, and it's more focused on physical issues. You know, physical complaints, gastrointestinal problems, neurologic problems, pain problems, a wide variety of things, muscular bracing, and it also gets into some personality kind of characteristics. But it also has validity scales. And you'll see at the top of this chart here, on the left side, you see validity scales. And there's two of them there, self-disclosure and defensiveness. And then you cut across here to the right, and you see the graph, the two lines. In the top one, I want to draw your attention to the black line going to the right, and there's a black diamond and then a white diamond. And you'll see it's rated as extremely high, 99th percentile. That's the self-disclosure scale, meaning that my amount, if I was taking this and this were my result, this is what it would tell. It would tell that my amount of self-disclosure was more extreme than 99% of the normal population and 78% of the inpatient psychiatric kind of population. That means he's over-disclosing. He's telling me too much. He's exaggerating. That's the way this test characterizes it. It's too much self-disclosure. I interpret that as that's exaggerating. It would not be a valid reflection of his real abilities.
Is there anything else that is of value once you have that validity scale that way? Is there any of the other 99% that we see, are those of note to you?
Well, they're only of note to tell me, well, what is it that he's exaggerating? Okay? And so he can tell me that. It's not what is it that he truly has. That's the wrong question. The question is, what is it that he's exaggerating? And so that can tell me that he's exaggerating somatic complaints. It's very high. It's a lot of body function problems. He's exaggerating depression. He's exaggerating a lot of just general physical health concerns.
Okay.
But beyond that, you can't interpret it beyond that.
Okay. The next slide, please.
All right. This is a graph of his results from the memory complaints inventory. It is also a self-report measure of his memory complaints. You know, how much memory problems do you have type of inventory. And what we have here is they're scaled based upon percent correct, or there's not a percent correct, it's just a percent of items endorsed. Okay? Because there is no correct or incorrect in this. It's a self-report of memory complaints. And across the bottom, we have the different scales. And I'll explain them as we talk about the elevation of his performance. His line is the dark blue one with the diamonds. That's his performance on those scales. And it's compared to other individuals who help us understand the nature of his performance. We always have to interpret these results compared to other real clinical cases to see does it make sense. And so his is in the blue. The green line at the top, these are patients who are faking. Okay, they're known faking because the WMT, which is another validity test, is failed, grossly failed. And so those are fakers. So then the groups down underneath are not fakers, but they're real patient groups. You can see the red one are Alzheimer's disease patients. They're at the very bottom. Because when you start having real memory problems, like real honest-to-goodness memory problems from Alzheimer's disease, you don't tend to complain about your memory because you don't remember that you have memory problems. It's kind of an interesting finding. Of the other groups here, patients who had a mean valid scores on the WMT, and then some people, 93 men who had moderate to severe brain injury. Just to give you a comparison, people who have real memory problems.
What is WMT?
The word memory test? It's a validity test.
No, WMT. What? I think the initials.
WMT, word memory test.
Thank you. Didn't quite get that. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm talking fast.
Very fast.
I'm sorry.
Slow down.
I will slow down. Big chart. I don't want to overwhelm people. I'm trying to get through it. Okay. So what's the take home here? We see that Mr. Cruz is endorsing having lots of memory problems, worse than people who have real memory problems, and we can learn a little bit about what he thinks are his memory problems. The GMP is elevated, and the GMP stands for general memory problems. It's like a summary. NIP is elevated, and it stands for numerical information. Basically, that I have trouble remembering numbers and anything related to numbers. The next one, he didn't really elevate this too much. It's the visual spatial memory problems. So he's not endorsing visual spatial memory problems. That's good. But then he elevates again on the next one, which is verbal memory problems. That's elevated. And then this one is the most elevated, PIM, which stands for pain interferes with memory. Okay, so he's really endorsing a lot of that. And then the next one, MIW, means memory impaired, interferes with work. So I can't work because my memory is so bad. And then IRM stands for impaired remote memory. This is like, well, I can't remember big chunks of my childhood, or I don't remember my teachers' names. I've got big blackout periods in my life. That's very rare for people to endorse that, and his is elevated. ACB is amnesia for complex behavior. These would be complaints like, you know, I did something, I drove home, I went from someplace to another, totally don't remember any of it. You know, lack of recollection for complex behaviors. That he endorsed some of that, too much of it actually. And then the very last one is amnesia for antisocial behavior. He didn't elevate that as much. It's still elevated higher than it should be. The take home for this scale is that he's over-exaggerating his memory complaints compared to people who have real memory problems.
Okay, let's try and move along to 13 now. What can you tell us about the TSI-2?
Yeah, the TSI is a self-report scale called the Trauma Symptom Inventory, and this is focused on people's experience with trauma, having trauma in your life. And that trauma could be anything from a car accident or seeing something bad or being a recipient of abuse or violence against you, some kind of trauma. It could be military trauma, battleground trauma, things like that as well. So it could relate like post-traumatic stress disorder, that sort of thing, those kind of issues. But this also has a validity scale, thank goodness. And we see the atypical response scale at the top, ATR, has a T-score of 92, which is very, very high, and we can see it's greater than or equal to 99th percentile, which means it's at the maximum top, pretty much, of anybody ever endorsing this. So he responded in an exaggerated way on this test more than most everybody. Okay? And then you can look down at the different scales that measure those things that they say, like anxiety, depression, suicidality, what have you. And you can look to the right and you can see all those greater than or equal to 99 percentiles. He's almost maxing out every scale in this test. That's not valid. People don't do that. Okay, so you see the elevated atypical response pattern telling you it's exaggerated, and you can look at the actual scales and go, oh yeah, I can see most every scale is maxed out. It would be, impossible to interpret this other than say, it's bad, right, all the way across the board. That's because it's not valid. It's grossly exaggerated.
So I think we went over 6 exaggerated self-report inventories. What do they tell you?
They tell me that Mr. Cruz is grossly exaggerating his self-report in terms of severe psychiatric problems, severe memory problems, cognitive issues, physical problems. He's exaggerating all of that.
Okay, can we go to slide 14, please?
Before we do that, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess for everyone to stretch and do what they need to do. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you.
So right now they are going to be taking a break. This is the state rebuttal witness, Dr. Robert Denny, a clinical neuropsychologist. Craig, my colleague Christina Vasquez is in the courtroom. She's been in there every single day, and she's been watching these jurors. And she said with this witness, they're actually paying attention. They're very interested in what he has to say. And you were saying, in your opinion, he seems to be a pretty good witness.
He's a far more active and engaged witness than the previous expert. His manner of speaking is far more, colloquial, I guess, if you will. He's engaging. He's connecting. It looks like he's connecting with the jurors in a way that the previous witness did, which is quite a feat, because this is some pretty dense, data-driven testimony at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, the charts and the lines and the different boxes, but he is doing a good job of simplifying it and basically saying this defendant scored so badly on some of these tests that it's almost like there's no way he could be a functioning person. He's probably faking it.
Well, yeah, he said that the validity, a lot of these psychological tests, especially the long ones where he spoke of one that had 300 and some questions, like the MMPI, they have embedded in those tests little questions peppered throughout that are designed to test validity. And so if you've ever taken one, you might say, oh, well, they just asked me this one 3 questions ago. Why are they asking me again? You don't think about it and you answer it. Well, that's actually one of those validity type questions that when you're really functioning, you don't even notice it. But if you're trying to skew the results, the test knows that they've spent a lot of time working on these tests and giving it to people and studying their responses to create these embedded validity tests, and that's what he's talking about. And he scored very high on that. So his opinion is that all the other tests you really can't rely on because they're not valid, because these validity scores render the other ones pointless.
Once again, going to the state's argument that this defendant is not as impaired as the defense is trying to argue, and that he knew what he was doing, and that he had the presence of mind to maybe even fake it on some of these tests.
Well, right, and we'll see when we get further into Dr. Denny's testimony. We don't know what his ultimate diagnosis is going to be yet. He's just talking about the tests that he was given, and there's not a whole lot of scientific data that he can rely on here because the validity is so skewed. That's his testimony at this point.
Well, right now everybody's taking about a 10-minute break because there is a lot to go through.
There is.
Once again, the judge also mentioned that she wanted to take a quick lunch break, so we probably expect maybe another hour of testimony. Maybe they'll break at 12:30.
I don't remember the last number of slide, but there was 65 total, and I don't think we hit 20 yet. So there's probably quite a more with Dr. Denny.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back when court is back in session. Welcome back. I'm Janine Stanwood with our legal analyst Craig Cicchino with the University of Miami. We've been listening to this state rebuttal witness, this clinical neuropsychologist. The questioning is continuing. The jury is walking back in, so let's listen.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. State, you may continue when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Denny, I'm now going to move away from the validity testing into the domains. Okay?
Yes.
And so first one I want to talk about is intellectual functioning. In front of you is slide 14. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us where did you prepared this, correct?
Well, actually, it's one of Dr. Connor's slides.
Yes, I didn't mean to imply it wasn't. You prepared this in terms of for your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Okay, and you made a change on it.
Right. I put it in here simply because it was an easy way to graph the intelligence domain scores for my testing, as well as what was obtained a year previously. And you see on the center, well, the left is intellectual functioning. That's just the topic. Then the center column is the WAIS-4. These are the scores that were obtained from the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale back in April 2021. When
Okay,
defense.
can I stop here a second? WAIS-4 and RIAS, I think. Those are both IQ tests?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. The WAIS-4 is the IQ test that was administered in April, and the RIAS is a different IQ test, but an IQ test nonetheless, that I administered in 2022. And then the scores underneath, I'll explain what the acronyms mean. Under the WAIS-4, we see VCI, that stands for Verbal Comprehension Index. So it's a summary index of the verbal related subtests. And then underneath that is the PRI, which is Perceptual Reasoning. That's a summary index of the nonverbal subtests like visual spatial reasoning, problem solving, things like that. But they're not real verbal oriented tests. They're more like puzzles and things. And then there's the full scale IQ below that. So that's the WAIS-4. The RIAS, they've got a little bit different acronyms, but they're measuring the same construct, the same concept underneath it. VIX stands for Verbal Intelligence Quotients, and then the NIX is for nonverbal. So again, they're both measuring the same constructs, they just call them differently, and they are different tests, so it's not a one-to-one comparison, but they are measuring the same basic idea. And then the CIX would be the composite, the overall summary, be like a full-scale IQ score. So what we have, and the reason why, so what I had got, what I obtained in March of 2022 was Mr. Cruz obtained a verbal IQ of 60, and then a nonverbal IQ of 101, and then the combined composite was 78. 101, and these are IQ scores, so they are scaled on a bell-shaped curve, right? And 100 is the perfect middle, my 50th percentile. So above 100 is better, below 100 is worse. And he achieved a 101 on the nonverbal intelligence, right at the 50th, right just above the 50th percentile. But his verbal index was very, very low, 60th percentile. And so why I have this slide the way it is because it's directly contrasting his performance a year before. And you'll notice that a year before, his verbal comprehension index, his verbal score was 93, which is in the average range. But then a year later, his verbal skills dropped to, what would be called exceptionally low range now. That's a big difference, and in the wrong and in a bad direction. Okay, it shouldn't change substantially. And we can compare the opposite. Perceptual reasoning index in the WACE a year ago was 82, which is the low average range. That actually improved. On the nonverbal now it's 101 in the average range. The full scale IQ of 83 on the WACE and the comprehensive or composite index of 78, while they're in different, they look a little different, one's 70s, one's in 80s, they're actually very close and they are probably pretty consistent. Then the bottom there is, Dr. Connor wrote domain splits, and we're going to get into that more. But over on the right, he summarized, is there a difference between the top two? He said, no, it didn't improve. He actually said it was worse, and we can see it's a strikingly worse score. And then he's saying that no, there's no real difference between the 82 and the 101. I would say actually it's higher, okay? And then the 83 and the 78 for the comprehensive full scale IQ, I think they're both about the same within error. These scores are not like set in concrete. There's error around them, so they're an estimate of what the real score would be. But they're pretty even. That's pretty close. But the issue of domain splits, I think there are domain splits. You can see the domain split in his where you've got a 93 versus an 82. That's a small split. I wouldn't say it's a very big one at all. But with the RIAS, you can see an even bigger split, 60 versus 101. That's a huge difference. But what's striking, and this slide shows us, is that the splits go in the opposite direction. A year ago, he was better with his verbal than the nonverbal. Now in 2022, it's just the opposite. He's better in the nonverbal and worse in the verbal. That changing of splits in opposite directions doesn't make sense. That's not the way it works. If a person really has weaknesses in their nonverbal skills on these type of tests, you test them a year later, you're going to see that same weakness in that same area. Scores may adjust a little bit, but you're still going to see the split's going to be in the same direction. And so when Dr. Connor said the domain splits, that they both are consistent in domain splits, I would say yes, there are both show domain splits, but they're not consistent because they go in the opposite direction. So I say no on that one. They go in the opposite direction. This does not make clinical sense to me.
Does it raise questions of validity?
Yes. Simple notion, you really can't fake good on an IQ test, right? Unless you cheat and get the answers beforehand or something. But you can't fake good. But it's easy not to apply yourself and to fake bad. It's just by saying I don't know for questions or giving the wrong answers. It's very easy to do. And so these high scores are meaningful, but the very low score, particularly that 60, that doesn't ring true for me clinically. It doesn't make sense. He should not have gone from a 93 in verbal skills to a 60 a year later. That tells me that this is not a valid reflection of his real abilities.
Go to 15, please, Aaron. So please tell the jury about these other cognitive test results for the defendant.
These are the results of my neuropsychological battery. On the left, you can see the domain headings, where the tests fall under what domain. And then you can see the tests that fell in that domain. Then there's the Z-scores, which is just the standard scores. And then the percentiles, which are calculated based upon the software program. Well, it depends on the test, but it's for the scores based upon typically age and education. Then there's the classification of where that score falls on a bell-shaped curve, whether it's average, above average, below average, low average, exceedingly low, what have you. And then on the right column, I put in there my own opinion regarding whether that score is valid or not.
Okay, I believe you testified earlier about the Ray complex figure being not valid.
Right. He scored so poorly. He scored below the cutoff for accepting that test as a valid reflection of his real abilities. And so there's that falling below the cutoff, but it's also not consistent with the kind of things I would see in real life with Mr. Cruz. There's some inconsistencies there that we'll probably get into. So yeah, that's not a valid reflection of his ability. And the other scores further down that you see where I say very likely invalid, those are scores that come off that Ray copy. The way the test works is you copy the figure first, and then 3 minutes later I have you draw it from memory. And then like 30 minutes later, I have you draw it for me again. And I never give any warning that I'm going to do that. And so those scores, if you don't pay attention to the copy and copy the figure appropriately the first time, your memory scores are going to be bad. And so if this copy score is invalid, in my opinion, the other scores are probably not worth relying on either. They're as a reflection of his real ability. It's underrepresenting his real skills.
Okay, so when you, well, before I go to this next exhibit, on this 15, this slide, you have RCFT immediate. What does RCFT stand for?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That R stands for the Ray. RC is the Ray complex figure test, RCFT. And those are the ones that relate to that Ray complex figure copy. I just didn't write copy there.
Okay, so
they're part of the same test.
It's the same, you said geometric figure.
Correct. Yes.
And so the first one is copying it?
Copy it, you look at the picture, and the person looks at the picture and draws it right there while they're staring at it.
Okay, and then the second one is immediate. Is that the copy?
Yeah, no. Immediate is 3 minutes later. I ask him to draw it again from memory. I don't show him the figure anymore. He has to now draw it from his recollection from the copy he drew. Okay.
And the delayed recall is how much later?
30 minutes later from the time he finishes drawing the immediate. So it's actually like 33 minutes or so from the copy portion. Again, I don't show him the figure again. It's all in here. But if what you have in here was not right in the first place because you didn't do the task properly, you didn't try, then those other scores are not going to be a valid reflection. And keep in mind, when you've got positive validity indicators suggesting that the validity of this overall battery is not good, it tells me that overall his scores probably do not reflect his best ability. They demonstrate an ability, sure, but an ability that is lower than what he really is probably functioning at.
And RS, the Ray complex recognition.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. That's at the very end after I have him at the 30-minute mark when I ask him to draw it again from memory. Then you have a couple sheets of designs that are portions of that figure mixed in with portions of other geometric designs that were not part of the figure. And the person has to then circle or mark which ones they remember from the figure. Again, that's based upon knowledge acquired during the copy portion. But if you didn't do the copy portion in a valid manner, then even your recognition score is not going to reflect your real, genuine abilities.
So the idea of the test is based on knowing something or looking at something, knowing something, and then drawing at a later time.
That's exactly right.
And that's testing for your memory.
Yeah, the later on is testing for visual, spatial related memory. The copy itself is a more of a measure of visual, spatial organization skills.
Okay, if I could go to the overhead now, please. I'd like to show you what's marked as 494 in evidence, and this is the first page. This will come up in a second. And these are drawings from the jail that were taken from the defendant's cell. Is there anything useful to you about this drawing in reference to his memory and drawing?
Yeah, not so much memory, but visual spatial skill. The ray complex figure, when you have somebody draw geometric designs, what you're looking for is, can they reproduce that design in an accurate manner? Not necessarily all the detail, but the nature of the drawing. Does it line up consistently from top to bottom? Like, does the top part of the figure line up with the bottom part of the figure on a vertical line? But you also look at across the horizontal line and say, do things line up this way? So if you're drawing something and it looks like this, that would be the kind of thing you would see with a visual spatial construction problem, brain problem. Or if it's like this, but it's off and it doesn't match up, the things don't fit, they look like it's warped or messed up this way, that's a loss of what's called a gestalt. The overall image doesn't reproduce correctly. And that would be an indication of visual spatial abnormality, a problem. And remember, he scored very, very poorly on the ray complex figure, really poorly. And so if that's a genuine result, if he really has that bad a visual spatial skill, he should not be able to draw anything in a good two-dimensional or three-dimensional-esque type of a picture that's lined up evenly and fits together nicely. So the reason this is important to me is because the drawing of this firearm is proportionate. If you look at it up and down, things are lined up properly. If you look this way, it's lined up properly. Everything's put on there in a reasonably good approximation of what it really looks like. That's a good visual spatial skill right there. And that's not consistent with the very poor visual spatial performance on the ray complex figure.
Now, showing you page 9 of the same exhibit, and if you want me to zero in on any one, please tell me if you find any.
The bottom third of it would be what I would like to focus on. Little higher up. Okay, thank you. Again, what we see here are drawings of geometric shapes that resemble something. And particularly the bottom right-hand corner, that drawing of what he has labeled an AK-47 is a really pretty accurate drawing. And from a visual spatial perspective, again, it lines up this way, it lines up that way, it has a gestalt overall picture that looks like what it's supposed to look like. To the left, the shotgun also looks very together. It's somebody who has a visual spatial abnormality in the right parietal part of their brain that would cause them to not be able to draw a complex figure properly. Can't draw this. It's not consistent. These would have been warped in their picture. It would have looked distorted, but they don't. That's an inconsistency between the test finding and what I would say is real world functioning. That is, drawing in the outside the testing room. And that inconsistency tells me that it's my test result that's not accurate.
Okay. The fact that these are, it's not the same drawing, and they're identified below, that they're drawings of different weapons and they look different, correct?
Yes.
Is that important to you?
Not really, no. It could be a drawing of anything.
Okay.
It's the issue of, does the drawing Does it fit together properly on its own? Does it line up in a sort of a vertical line? Does it line up on a horizontal line? Or is it warped and skewed in a way that it's almost unrecognizable? They can be primitive looking pictures. That's fine. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter. It's the geometric three-dimensionality of it. Does that hold together? And if it does, that's a sign of good visual spatial integration. And that part of the brain that requires that, or that part of the brain that has that skill, is actually functioning properly.
Can I have the slide back again, please? Did you perform testing in the attention domain?
Yes. And each of the domains I've put up here, and I want to preface this with, given the validity findings, in my opinion, this data is not valid. Okay? What I mean by that is it's not his genuine level of functioning. In my opinion, he can function higher than what these scores suggest. Okay? With that caveat, yes, I administered attention-focused measurement.
And you tested for processing speed. Can you describe what that is, please?
Yes, processing speed is the speed at which a brain runs. Okay? How fast the words can come out. Okay? That's fast speed of mental processing. How fast you can comprehend my fast words. That's fast mental processing speed. Brain problems often result in slowed processing speed. That's just, and so the way we measure that is having them a couple different subtests that measure how fast they can put in little figures along a line. You know, it's just simple speed task. And another task is how quickly they can mark off a particular design that matches a certain design. And so he did pretty well on that. 23rd percentile overall, it's in the low average range. It's not abnormal, but again, I believe it's an underrepresentation of what his real ability is.
And I think we talked about the visuospatial. Was there anything else you had to add on that?
Right, and we only talked about the Ray complex figure, but there was another test I added to this so that we have more than one measure in that domain, and that's the block design test. This is a part of a bigger battery, but it's a subtest that measures ability to put blocks together to make a design that matches the design on the card. Okay, and you do that multiple times. And his ability on this, putting blocks together to match a design, which is visual spatial construction still, he performed at the 9.7 percentile for his age and education. It's a low average range. That's pretty good. Again, it's not indicative of impairment, but I will say I don't believe it's his best ability. I think he could actually do better than this, but I don't know how much better. But I do know he could do at least this well, and that's in the low average range. So he's got visual spatial skills, even though his Ray complex figure was terribly, terribly impaired.
And his learning memory, can you tell the jury about these results?
Right. Several subtests. I've already mentioned the Ray complex figure immediate, right? That was that 3-minute drawing from memory, and then the delay to recall was the 30-minute later drawing of it, and the recognition was choosing which pieces come from that design versus pieces that were not part of the design. So we already talked about those, and I think that all of those are not reflective of his best ability, of course. But the NAB shape learning, this is the neuropsychological assessment battery, subtest for the ability to learn shapes. You show them different shapes that are not, they're just abstract shapes, so you can't like put a name to it per se, because it's supposed to be nonverbal. It's an abstract shape, and then you show them multiple shapes in a series and tell them to remember these. Okay, so they're looking at and you show them for 3 seconds each. You go through the whole series, and then you show them another page that has 4 different options, one of which is the correct one. And the other 3 are slight variations of that abstract design. And they have to choose the one they remember. And you go through that 3 different times with them. So you're measuring their learning, their how quickly they can learn these shapes and pick them out from another compared to others. And his performance on that was at the 7th percentile for his background, and that's a below average range. It's low, okay, but it's not exceptionally low. Again, I think it's an underestimate. But then later, you see the NAB, that's the Neuropsychological Assessment Battery Shape Learning Delay. After about 12 minutes, I come back. We're doing other things during that time. I come back and say, oh, here. I flip open that page again, a whole new set of 4, and then he has to choose which of the 4 is the one from the series of designs he learned earlier. So it's a delayed recognition of those earlier designs. And his performance on that was at the 16th percentile, which is in the lower half of the average range. He actually remembered it pretty well. So overall, his overall learning and memory was tremendously impaired if you look at the Ray complex material. But when you look at the NAB shape learning material, it's not impaired.
And you have executive, is that for executive function?
Yes, executive function encompasses a lot of things. What I chose to do here was the subtest from the Neuropsychological Assessment Battery called MAZES. And this is a measure of planning and foresight and speed as well, because you start out with a simple maze and he has to solve the maze, just like we've all done, just mazes. You draw your pen through get to the end, right? Start and end. And then they progressively get more complicated and complicated and complicated until it's a page that is a dense maze that you have to work your way through to get to the end. And his performance on this was excellent, actually. He obtained a result at the 69th percentile, which is above the 50th percentile. It's high average. Well, it says average here, but it's in the upper part of it. So that's a really good score for like planning, organization, and some speed.
In regard to executive function, can you give the jury an understanding of how they can remember what executive function is?
Sure. Executive function is actually pretty easy to remember because of the name executive. It helps us. What do executives do in big companies? An executive is not like you think executive for Nike, okay? The executive is not down there putting shoes together, right? They're not making the product. What they're doing is making sure all of the departments have the supplies they need and can work together in a way that is efficient and makes most sense and makes most money for the company. So the executive manages other departments to make sure each of those departments have what they need and can do their job and is getting the job done. Same thing here in the brain. Executive function is its own, like executives in the brain, that they're not doing the memory, they're not doing the attention concentration and the visual spatial or the language, but what they're doing is integrating it together. And so things that fall under the executive category are like planning, organizing, abstract reasoning, judgment, problem solving, mental flexibility, being able to start something and realize, oh, this is not working well, I need to change my plan. That sort of thing. That's all executive function.
Would executive function be involved in the decision to what time you would order an Uber, what you would say to the Uber driver as to where you were going, even maybe telling them something that wasn't true, like I'm going to orchestra, texting with 2 people, listening to music at the same time, giving directions to the driver, would those be executive function abilities?
All of this happening at the same time?
Yes.
That would be multitasking. And multitasking is an executive function. To be able to juggle multiple things at the same time. Okay, I got the timer running over here. I've got this in the oven. I got this happening over here. I got this going on, and I got to do this. Oh, and I got to feed the dog. I'm juggling multiple things and getting them done in the right order. Yes, that's executive function.
You mentioned something yesterday about real world trumping testing.
Yeah, real world function always trumps psychological test results. So if I have a test result that looks very, very impaired, but the real world functioning demonstrates the ability that this test measures, one of them's got to give. And it's the real world doesn't give. The test data is wrong. That's what that means.
If I can show you 16 now, slide 16. What is this?
This is the cover of the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders. This is a 111 question questionnaire. It's a semi-structured interview, and it's designed for asking all of the right questions to get at the symptoms and signs that correspond to personality disorders in the DSM-5. And I used this with Mr. Cruz as an interview to get at his personality, his long-term traits of character traits and personality dynamics, and to see whether or not he met criteria for any personality disorders.
So this isn't where he gets to write true or false on a test. This is you asking him questions.
That's exactly right. It's a semi-structured interview. I've got the protocol in front of me, and I'm reading the questions and of him, and as he answers, I'm rating it, but it's flexible. I'm allowed to ask extra questions to flesh out that area, and then rate it, and then move on through the questionnaire.
And as a result of giving that test, what was your opinion?
The questionnaire covers all of the personality disorders in the book. Okay, and after going through all of them and looking at all the questions he answered and the ratings for it, he met criteria for 2 specific personality disorders at the same time. One of them is borderline personality disorder, and the other is antisocial personality disorder.
Okay, we'll go into those a little bit more later, but did you have the opportunity to view the testimony of Dr. Connor?
Yes, I did.
Are there important issues about neuropsychological assessment in general that you think are important for the jury to better understand the meaning of the neuropsychological testing results?
Yes, there are, and I'm going to have to explain some things that help you understand how neuropsychological testing works and how it is that we can come to conclusions based on this data.
Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? So, can you please explain this bell curve?
Sure. This is the classic bell curve. We're all probably familiar with it. But let me point out some things on this. There's different scales across the bottom. And you'll see there's like percentile ranks at the bottom. And so if you imagine this bell-shaped curve is like a big mound of gravel or something, right? It's tall in the middle, and then it gradually goes out on the sides. And you can, if a score falls on this scale from very, very low to very, very high, if it falls at the mean or the 50% mark, okay, so that means that the score fell at the place that is at or better than 50% of the, I used gravel, it's a bad analogy, I should say it's just scores, a pile of scores, okay? And so that score fell at 50th percentile, meaning the 50th percentile is that's as good as 50% of the scores, okay? It's halfway through it. If somebody scored like a SAT, they got a perfect score on the SAT, that would be at the very far right, way at the top of this, And that would be beyond the 99th percentile, meaning the person scored better than 99% of people taking this test. That's what that means. And so we see T-scores right above it. We've talked about T-scores some. They're used in our tests. Its mean is 50, and the standard deviation. Let me briefly mention standard deviation. The mean is where the pile mounds up at the top, right? Big pile of gravel. That's the top. But the standard deviation is the average differences of scores from that mean. Okay, everything in life creates this pattern. The bell-shaped curve, believe it or not, is like one of the primary reflections of life. Sounds mystical, but it's bizarrely true. You can take a tree of oak leaves. I'm going to measure all the oak leaves, and I'm going to write down the measurements of every oak leaf. It's going to create a bell-shaped curve, right? There will be a mean, and there's going to be standard deviations. I can measure every length of every tuna in the ocean. It's going to be a bell-shaped curve. Everything reflects a bell-shaped curve that's natural. And so that's what this curve is. And we use this curve to put scores in relationship to norms, what a normal population is like. And so for an IQ, for example, an IQ of 100, we know that to be the average score of an IQ. That's right dead center. So what we've got is 100, and that you see that's the mound there. It's the average score, and that's the 50th percentile. If somebody got a 115 on the IQ, that's the standard score at the top. That 115, that would be equal to one standard deviation above the mean, okay? Which is percentile is like 84.13% of the population scores that, that score is better than 84% of the population. And then, so that's the bell-shaped curve. Now the colored bands on top come from the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology. Just a couple of years ago, a group got together from the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology to create standardized labels. Because over the history of neuropsychology, multiple different labeling systems have been used. Mild, moderate, severe, below average, borderline, various different terms, and it's gotten confusing because different tests oftentimes will propose different labelings. So what was done is to create a uniform labeling system, and that's what we use now in clinical neuropsychology to help communicate better. And that's what the bands mean. So you see in the average range, that's a band around that 100. That darker green area, that's called the average area. So that range is the average range. If a score falls in there, it's average. It's labeled average. If a score falls above that, around the 115, you can see that high average range. And then there's a higher range called above average range, and then there's the exceptionally high range. Same thing going the other way on the bell-shaped curve. We've got a low average range, and then we've got a below average range, and then we have the exceptionally low range. This is how all of our scores are going to be characterized, where they fall in here. So when I test somebody, I give them a test, I take his score, and his raw score then gets put into norms, which is the population, right? And I see how his score falls out in the norms. It gets translated into a standard score. That could be an IQ score, or a T score or a Z score. And you can see how that falls on this thing, on this bell-shaped curve. And then you can classify whether that score is average, low average, above average, exceptionally low, what have you. And it has to do with where the score falls, not the person. Big difference. Then that's a problem before, because if you use, on this test he scored in the severely impaired range. That implies that he's severely impaired. That's not necessarily true. The score fell in the severely impaired range. But that doesn't mean the person is. It's different. And that's why we like changing to these labels, because they don't imply that. The score fell in the exceptionally low range. That does not automatically mean that somebody has impairment. Because as we're going to learn, even normal average people place scores in the impaired, quote, low average range or exceptionally low range.
Are there key principles that are important to understanding this curve and the standard deviations?
There are 3 things that we need to keep in mind. One is a neuropsychological test battery scores will all cluster around a person's general ability level. So that generally ability level could be identified by an IQ score or another general a general ability score, some general reasoning score, but their IQ is a good summary of that. So if the IQ is at 100, all of the other scores are going to fall around that like a heap of gravel. Okay? If that IQ is higher, let's say 115, now that heap of scores is going to fall around the 115 like a heap of gravel that is now, instead of right here on the driveway, it's moved over 15 points, it's over here on the driveway. The whole curve moves. Likewise, if the IQ is lower, say 85, that cluster of scores is going to fall like a heap of gravel around that 85. That's just the way neuropsychological tests work. Okay? We have to be aware that as the IQ change up or down, all the scores are going to go with it. That's the way they work. The other thing that is important is that the more scores you've got in a test battery, the more extreme scores you're going to have. And I'll go back to the pile of gravel. If you're piling gravel on a driveway, it gets taller and taller and taller. Guess what? It's also spreading out more, right? And the more you pile on the top, the more it spreads out. You can't help it. It's just the way it is. That's the way our scores work, too. If you were to plot them on a frequency distribution of how often a score fell in that range and they become like buckets filled up, it's going to spread out like a big pile of gravel. If you have lots of test scores, it's going to be a wider curve. If you have a smaller number of test scores, generally speaking, it'll be a mound with less wide tails. So that's the other principle.
So regarding where the person, the individual's intelligence score is, that changes the number of abnormal scores or a low average or below average scores?
Yes. So if somebody's IQ, and the other thing is we know, because we know what this curve is like and we know what neuropsychological testing, how neuropsychological testing works among normal average people, we know that they all don't fall in the same range. They create a bell-shaped curve, right? So it's highest around the mean, which is around their IQ typically, or approximately. There's a couple of reasons why it can be off a little bit one over the other. But then they spread out like a pile of gravel. The scores spread out. So a perfectly normal average person with an IQ of 100 is going to have some high scores. They're also going to have a percentage of low scores. That's just the way it works. And it is so stable, we can give a percentage of scores that are going to fall there. And it's based upon this very curve. We know that. But as that mound of scores moves lower because of the lower IQ, that means the tail on the left side is also moving down, right? And so there's going to be more scores falling in the below average ranges.
Okay, we'll get to that more later, but let me go to 18 now, please. Now, whose slide was this originally?
This is Dr. Connor's slide of the test scores that he chose to put on the graph. And you can see several things here I want to point out. It's a scale, and this is called the Z scale, but it's the same thing what we just saw on the bell-shaped curve. Okay, so it's like the scale across the bottom, but in this instance, 0 is where the average is, where the mean is. Okay, that's be like an IQ of 100. So that's where the middle of the bell-shaped curve is. And we have -1, -2, -3. Those are standard deviations going below that mean, and then the positive numbers are the standard deviations going above it. And it's then graphed. So it's like the graph we just saw, except it's tipped up on its side. So there's some low scores down, there's some high scores up. And you can see how scores are above the mean and scores are below the mean of this battery. 0 would be the mean for an IQ like 100. But you see the dotted green line that Dr. Connor put in here, and he labeled that expect by IQ. That's exactly right. Mr. Cruz's IQ was 83, not 100. So that bell-shaped curve of test scores should fall around 83-ish. Not exactly, but close. Maybe a little higher. Not around 100. And so you got to put that bell-shaped curve around 83. And when you do that, it changes things. And so that's kind of what I wanted to highlight there, that the green dotted line is actually, and if you look at the scores, some go above the green dotted line, some go below. All right, that's very important. Then there was another issue I wanted to talk about on this.
Okay, the red circle.
Yet Dr. Connor compared, it looked to me from listening to his testimony that he was adding together and putting it all in one slide here, the current or recent neuropsychological testing, strengths and weaknesses, but he also put on here adaptive living or adaptive function scores from when Mr. Cruz was 3.5 years of age. And I don't think that's appropriate to put that together, because you can't compare a 22-year-old's functioning with how they were functioning at 3.5. Maybe at 3.5 was good,
Yes.
maybe it was not.
Just 1 second, sir,
Just a
please.
quick sidebar.
Okay.
All right, so they're taking a quick sidebar right now. We are in the midst of this testimony by Dr. Robert Denny, who is a clinical neuropsychologist. We're looking at some of the same testing that was done by that other doctor, Dr. Connor,
Right.
And his results, according to the state, are showing a higher level of functioning by the defendant.
Right, and now we're getting into a real comparison of Dr. Connor's data and his data, and there was just a defense objection, and I think it has to do with the circle that Dr. Denny placed on Dr. Connor's PowerPoint slide and getting involved in there. There's some of this discussion earlier on this morning when they were arguing about it, but I think this is an entirely different objection that the defense has.
It was on the right hand side of the slide, and they're looking at points on this graph that go up and down, and this doctor said that is to be expected. Earlier we heard from him, he was talking about how some of the testing was so bad it was almost as though the defendant were faking it. Now Jeff Marcus is back up on the stand, so let's see what they talked about.
Do you recall the question, or do you want to read back to you?
I believe it had to do, well, please. Thank you.
Hang on 1 second. The last question was, and the red circle, and you said, yeah, Dr. Connor compared it. It looked to me from listening to his testimony that he was adding together and putting together on one slide the current or recent neurological testing strengths and weaknesses. He also put on here adaptive function scores. So Mr. Cruz was 3.5 years of age. I don't think that's appropriate to put that together, because you can't compare 22-year-olds functioning and how they were functioning with a 3.5-year-old. Maybe a 3.5 was good, but maybe, and then Mr. Secor said a quick sidebar, please.
Thank you. Yeah, putting this on one slide is clearly a comparison or contrasting and seeing how it lines up. And a person can be advanced or delayed at 3.5 years of age, but that doesn't hold true for a person at 22 years of age. I mean, it might, but it doesn't mean it does. And so that's I think, not a fair comparison.
Okay, next slide, please. Can you comment on this slide, please?
Sure. This is a graph that Dr. Connor created, and it just included executive function scores on the left, but then adaptive function, and some of these were actually administered contemporaneously, like recently when he was an adult. But then it's got the informant listed down there, and that's the 3.5 years of age. And you'll see the wide arrow pointing downward from the left going down to the right. That's Dr. Connor's arrow, not mine. So he is directly comparing the executive function scores obtained at 22 years of age to a performance of adaptive function ratings at 3.5 years of age. In my professional opinion, that's a meaningless comparison.
Just in general, what is adaptive functioning, direct and informant, so they can understand that domain compared to executive function?
What Dr. Connor has listed here for direct adaptive function is actually some language skills, confrontational naming, listening skills, social perception skills, verbal expression skills. I would call those language skills myself, not necessarily adaptive function skills, but that's neither here nor there. And then contrasting that with the adaptive function, these are ratings of a person's ability to do adaptive behaviors. Okay, like on the scales, so that was the Vineland scale that was used. And so that's an informant rating. You're asking, actually back then when Mr. Cruz was 3.5, the person administering the test was administering it to Mrs. Cruz, Linda Cruz, his adopted mother. And then asking questions, well, can he do this? Can he do that? How well can he do this? And those types of items are like, are developmentally appropriate for like a 3.5-year-old. You know, does he talk? Does he communicate? If it was an older person, it'd be like, for a child in elementary, does he run with scissors, right? Can he use a microwave? Can he, adaptive function, typical daily sort of activities that he did. And he was rated as having not so good adaptive skills. Would be social skills, communication skills for a 3.5-year-old, the ability to follow, listen, and speak, and language, and motor control, and things like that. And so he was delayed at 3.5. We know that. The records clearly show he was somewhat delayed in his language skills, for sure, at that age. But that doesn't mean language skills are going to be delayed at 22.
Okay, 20, please. So, GSS, is that Gudjonsson suggestibility scales?
Yes, it is Gudjonsson.
How's my pronunciation?
Perfect. It was very nice.
Thank you. You taught me. Anyway, what is meaningful to you about this slide, please?
This is Dr. Connor's slide 48, and it's the results of the Gudjonsson scale of suggestibility. And it's a test that's used to measure people's tendency to change their story if pressured to do so. It's commonly used in false confession cases, interrogation cases, and things like that. That's what it's designed to measure: susceptibility to influence or suggestibility. And Dr. Connor suggested that he chose this test because it's sensitive to the problems that come out with fetal alcohol-related cognitive problems, and he graphed the results there as being impaired based upon the adult general population, suggesting that that's consistent with what you would see in fetal alcohol syndrome.
So 20 was Dr. Connor's slide, correct?
20, I believe 48 was his slide.
I'm sorry, it's our 20. But it was his slide 48. We're on slide 20 for this presentation.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go to 21. And so you added 2 more columns to this.
Right. This is his original data on the left. I didn't change it. But I added the 2 columns on the right. Professor Gudjonsson also has norms or comparison groups in the test manual and his book that are for pretrial criminal defendants, because this test is used often in the criminal forensic environment. And he's got norms for that. And when you compare Mr. Cruz's performance to the average typical pretrial criminal defendant, you can see the result is in the right-hand classification here, and these are the Z-scores, and then the classification of each of them, they all fall. And if you remember, a Z-score of 0 is right in the center of the bell-shaped curve. It's perfectly normal, average. And so his is right around that average of 0, and each of those classifications would be, or each of those scores would be classified as falling within the average range. That's not average with the general population, but they're average for pretrial criminal defendants. And so that doesn't in any way suggest that that's indicative of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, because to make that claim, you'd have to argue that all pretrial criminal defendants have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And that's clearly not the case.
As a board-certified neuropsychologist, do you disagree with the way Dr. Connor used this test and reported the results?
Your Honor, just remove my previous objection, please.
So noted.
Thank you.
Yes, I disagree. I think what he did would be perfectly fine if you were looking at suggestibility in general. For a person, how suggestible are they? But then to kind of carry it over and suggest to others that that's indicative of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, that's not correct. You would have to show that these scores differentiate fetal alcohol syndrome or spectrum disorders from other pretrial criminal defendants, and they don't.
And where do you find this norm that you used of pretrial defendant?
It's in the Gudjonson manual as well as Professor Gudjonson's book. They're right there, and for use with pretrial criminal defendants.
For anyone using this?
All right, well, this is the feed coming in from the courtroom, and it looks like it's frozen up. So, and
again, going to the issue,
now it's
are these
unstuck?
scores
All right,
indicative or reflective of what we would expect in fetal alcohol syndrome, as opposed to just average criminal defendants? And when you compare them to average criminal defendants who don't have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, the scores are perfectly normal, right? So it does not. So in my opinion, it does not suggest fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. It suggests average, typical pretrial criminal defendant in terms of suggestibility.
Can we go to slide 22, please? Can you please explain this slide?
Yeah, this is, again, Dr. Connor's original graph of scores that he plotted. But what I've done is I've circled the Gudjonson suggestibility scores, and as a part of the Gudjonson test, there's a little bit of a memory component. Usually that memory score is not used as a memory test. It's only a component to get at the suggestibility stuff, because that's what the test is really designed to do. But beside that point, I circled those scores, and then I put in the stars above it. That's where those scores would fall if you use pretrial criminal defendants as a norm instead of the general population. So again, if you're looking at does he have suggestibility, you look at the general population norms. But if you're looking at does this pattern of performance on the Gudjonson suggest fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, then you would have to compare that to pretrial criminal defendants. And the result is no, they're normal scores for pretrial defendants.
Slide 23, please. Okay, so now what is this slide? What is it for?
All right, I put this in the presentation because this is, again, Dr. Connor's original graph where he said there were deficits in 9 out of 11 different domains. And you'll see the scores he plotted. He graphed 79 scores out of the neuropsych test battery that was done by defense. And I not including the 3.5-year-old data. And it's unclear why he chose those specific tests. Some of them I understand clearly, some of them I don't. But he only chose 79 out of 145 scores to graph. Because there's actually 145 scores in this test battery. 66 scores were not reported. They were not graphed. And out of those 66, 44 fell above the impairment range. And 22 fell below the impairment range. So 2/3 of them fell above the impairment range, and yet they were not graphed. That's why I put this slide in here.
Okay, if we can go to 24, please.
Okay. overwhelming, and I get it. This is a 30,000-foot view. But I put it here because I wanted to show you this is what the graph looks like when you've got all 145 scores in it. Okay? And there's 3 of them here. It's the same graph 3 times with one exception. On the top, the red line is the line of 1 standard deviation below the mean. And then the graph in the middle is with that red line at the negative 1.5 standard deviation. So the 1.5 standard deviation below the mean. And that's been referred to as kind of as impairment cutoffs. And then the one on the bottom is where that red line corresponds to 2 standard deviations below the mean. And the purpose for me to show this graph is for you to see the number of scores that fall above and below these cutoffs, just as a quick snapshot. And we're going to get into the weeds a little bit more on these scores, but just looking at them overall, we see there's quite a few scores that fall above the cutoff, and there's a few that fall below the cutoff.
Okay, the next slide, 25.
This is the same graph we just looked at, except I took out the extra lines and I put in the black line, which, if you remember early on in the other graphs I showed you of Dr. Connors, he put the dotted blue line, which is expected by IQ. Okay, this black line is that dotted blue line. Now I just made it bolder and changed the color of it so you can see it clearly in the overall graph. This is where I would expect the scores to hover around. That black line would be the peak of the gravel pile. And I expect the scores to fall on both sides of that line in a bell-shaped curve, because that's the way neuropsychological test scores fall, at least among normal people. And so now we need to look at Mr. Cruz's data to look and see how his scores perform compared to what we would expect. But there's a couple slides that I want to show you related to what we would expect in terms of neuropsychological test scores.
So when you're interpreting neuropsychological testing, is it important to you to consider all the testing or just the low scores?
Right, you can't ignore the good scores and focus only on the impaired scores. Especially if there's just 1 or 2 or 3 impaired scores in a domain and the rest of the scores in that domain are actually good. Well, the whole domain is not impaired because of a small number of scores. Because people put some perfectly average, normal people place some scores in the impaired ranges, right? Because it's the bell-shaped curve. They're going to put a small number in that low area. So that's not unusual. That doesn't mean that the person is impaired. And so it's important to see that here from the 30,000-foot level. You can see there's a lot of scores above that line, and there's some scores below that line, but they look like they all sort of hover around that line.
Okay, could we go to slide 26, please? Okay, now, can you explain the difference? Let's just start on the left side, attention. That's the attention domain?
Yeah, these are all the scores in the attention domain.
And what's the difference between the white and the yellow?
The white scores are the scores that Dr. Connor graphed and communicated to you. The yellow scores were not communicated to you. On this table, all of them are there. And they are aligned in order of performance. So the top one is the best score, and these are the column on the right are Z-scores. So the top white one there is the TOVA response time. It's a positive 1.4666 Z-score. That's above average performance. And then the next one's a little bit less less good of performance, and the next one's a little bit less good of performance, and then we got the worst score at the bottom. So the best score at the top, worst score at the bottom, and they're lined up in order so that you can see how they fall.
And can you average, on the left side, can you average that whole side to get a domain score?
Yes, you can take all these Z-scores for all the scores that fell in that domain and average them together, and it gives you a good summary index of that domain, whether that domain is average, above average, or below average, potentially impaired.
Okay, and on the right side, achievement test, is that also academic?
Yeah, achievement tests have to do with reading, writing, arithmetic. These are academic measures.
So Dr. Connor included how many scores?
There are 4 white bars there. He included 4 of these scores.
All right, and let's go to the next slide. And the rest he didn't include, correct?
Pardon me?
The rest of those yellow he didn't include.
He did not include. I included it in the really long graph, right, of 145, but no, they were not included in his graph.
Okay. Now, some of these it's going to matter and some it's not going to matter, correct, in terms of whether or not it changes the score?
Right, the domain average score,
The
whether
domain
it
average.
changes or not, it may not change it, and that's fine. Okay, then it didn't make a difference. But
Okay.
there are instances where adding those other scores changes that domain score, and it changes the characteristic of the results.
Okay, so now another domain in slide 27, learning memory. The same thing, white were there in his graph, Dr. Connor's graph, the yellow were not?
That's correct, and these are z-scores placed in the best score at the top and the worst score at the bottom. In this instance, you can see in learning and memory, those yellow scores tend to cluster at the better side of the scale. They are scores that are generally better than the scores that were reported by Dr. Connor.
Okay, and executive function, how important is executive function to a diagnosis of fetal alcohol?
It's one of the primary areas that are looked at in the classification systems: executive function, learning and memory, academic, and visual spatial.
Okay, so on executive function, is it the same thing? The yellow scores were not included and he only included the white scores in his graph?
That's exactly right. And you'll notice the yellow scores all fall at the top, which are the better scores. So he did not include the better scores. He only included the more severely impaired scores, or the scores that fell lower in the graph.
All right, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, now, is this a summary of those last 2 slides we looked at?
Exactly.
Okay, so I think you called academic or achievement academic here. Is that the same?
That's right.
Okay.
It's the same.
All right. So for the academic, can we go back 2 slides real quick, please? Okay, so that's the one on the right.
Yes.
Okay, let's go 2 back, or 2 forward again. Okay, so academic, that domain, did it change?
Okay, let me explain the table first.
Okay.
The left column is the domain name, and then the score for the scores in that, the average score. It's not average classification, it's like the mean score. It's the average of that domain. Taking all those z-scores and averaging them together gives you 1 score, and that's the score that's here. So the average for that column is the average domain score with the scores that Dr. Connor graphed. Okay? And then the classification of that score, whether it fell in the average range, below average, above average, exceptionally below, whatever. And then the next column is the average all subtests. So this is, I averaged the z-scores for each domain after putting all 145 scores in there. So it's Dr. Connor's scores and the other scores that were not included. And then I averaged it and put that z-score down and then rated that based upon the AACN classification of where it fell on the curve.
Okay, can you do the remaining 3?
Yeah, sure. So in regard to academic, surprisingly, even after adding all those scores in, it didn't change the mean. It didn't change the average. It was exactly the same. Really surprised me. It is what it is. It didn't change. So it's still at negative 1.5, below average, so it stayed below average. Learning and memory was a negative 1.01 that fell in the low average range, but now after including all the scores, it went up to a negative 0.58. It actually went from the low average range to the average range. And then attention changed a little bit, but not much. It went from a 0.41, which was average, to a 0.45, so it went up a tiny bit, but nothing meaningful, so it stayed the same. And then executive function was a pretty good difference. we've got a negative 0.946 based upon a portion of the sub-scores, and that fell in the low average range. But then when you include all 145 scores, that average went up from a negative 0.9 to a negative 0.7 area, which then went from the low average range to the average range. So now, if you look at all 145 scores, we see that each of these areas fall in either the below average or average ranges across the entire battery.
Yeah, I think this might be a good time for you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 12:54. I'm going to ask you to please be back by 2:15. So that'll give you about an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads behind, and please be prompt at 2:15. We're going to start right away. I told you we have a little bit of a scheduling rush today. So not rush, but we need to get some witnesses in and out. Thank you.
So when she's talking about we need to get witnesses in and out, we're still dealing with this witness right now, and according to the state, there were about 60 slides that they were going to show. I think we're probably only like at 25 or 30 right now.
I don't think we're over 30, and I think the last count earlier this morning was 64. She said there was a rush to get witnesses in and out. I don't know if there's somebody who's got a scheduling problem, they might pause Dr. Denny, bring a different witness in, do that witness, let that witness go on their way.
We have seen that before.
And bring Dr. Denny back, but it's unclear.
Let's listen really quickly. They might be discussing it.
Start right at 2:15.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe not, but you're absolutely right. We've seen that before because of scheduling issues. Some of these witnesses are flying in from places, and because we lost days last week because of the storm, that may be something that happens. Basically, Craig, this neuropsychologist is rebutting the testimony from the defense witness who basically said that Cruz was impaired, that he had these mental deficiencies. The slides that he's showing, he says, show a more complete picture of who this guy is.
Right. Dr. Connor testified that it was his opinion that he met the criteria for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and Dr. Denny is going through the same data, the same testing numbers, and has, is coming to the conclusion that the domains, the separate areas of your functioning, aren't as depressed or impaired as Dr. Connor was testifying that they were.
He was saying that there's better learning, there's better memory. At one point earlier in his testimony, he said, listen, he didn't have memory impairment. He's playing games with me. It just doesn't make sense. This isn't some of the other testing that was done.
Right. That goes to the concept of malingering that Dr. Scott testified about yesterday and Tuesday as well, and which is a little bit different than what he's talking about now. The malingering, he's saying that because of the malingering or because of the validity problems with the testing, that I can't really rely on any of these at all. But to the extent that we have them, here's what these numbers mean to me. And what he's saying, the numbers mean to him that the domains that Dr. Connor testified to that were below average or met the criteria for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Dr. Denny hasn't testified exactly that yet, but I'm feeling he's about to, that those domains aren't below average, that do not qualify for the definition of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Our reporter Christina Vasquez has been in the courtroom every step of the way. She's been watching the jury, and she says they are watching this witness intently, and you and I were talking about this. He is clear, he is concise, he is speaking very well, and so he is easy to understand. He's not using a lot of jargon because there's a lot to get to. This is a lot of, as you say, dense testimony.
Right. And he's doing a really nice job of making complicated ideas very simple, especially for the juror, for me too, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely. All right, well, they're going to take a break until, what did they say, 2:15?
2:15 sharp.
So that it gets everybody a chance to eat, come back, be in their seats. We're going to take a break as well. We'll see you at 2:15 when court is back in session. Good afternoon. This is the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood with our legal expert, Craig Tricino, with the University of Miami. We expect that we may hear again from the state's rebuttal witness, a neuropsychologist who we heard from this morning. So let's listen.
Jurors are entering. Looks like everyone has some version of caffeine. I see a Celsius, a little shot of espresso.
We have cafecito.
We're all thinking the same way.
Oh, it's needed.
Come to order, please.
I think I resemble that remark.
No, it's just because it's the afternoon and
It is. It's really good too.
the
made it. It's really good.
the coffee, the
Yeah.
Cuban coffee. Is it
Yeah.
Cuban coffee?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Yes, it's great.
Stuff is so strong.
It's good for you. Builds character.
Okay, I don't know if I need any more of that, but anyway. All right, the jurors are present and happy to be here. So, state whenever you're ready, you may inquire.
Okay, Dr. Denny, I think we have to step up our game here a little bit. All right. What did you find when reviewing the defense neuropsychological testing?
Well, I'm not sure what, in regard to what?
Well, in regards to FASD.
Oh, well, if you look at all of the scores, not just a select group of them, you see that the overall domains across the test battery actually fell all within, certainly above the minus 1.5 standard deviation. They fell within generally the low average ranges overall. There was a scattering of some small scores here and there, but that's not unusual. The overall pattern of scores was consistent with what I would expect for somebody who is otherwise reasonably average individual with a low average IQ. That's the short of it. The validity issues suggest that the test data were not valid a year ago, and validity issues more recently in 2022 also suggested not valid. That doesn't mean that the scores aren't, that's not to say what I said about what I expect on the curve is not consistent. It can be. It's just that curve, those scores probably should have been better. They were an underrepresentation of his ability, in my opinion. The validity indicators suggest that, along particularly with all of the symptom validity test results of exaggeration, would tell me that those scores very much likely should have been higher. But even with that said, the scores still don't fall below the criteria cutoffs needed to meet the diagnostic criteria for FASD, in my opinion.
May I have slide 29, please? Okay, which I think is one of the best named tests out there, the Iowa gambling test.
Actually, Iowa gambling task.
Task, I'm
Trip
sorry.
you up on that, yeah.
I'm sorry. What is the Iowa gambling task?
This is an executive function test that measures interesting things, you know, some problem solving, learning from mistakes, that sort of thing. Some mental flexibility, of course. But the way it works is it's a computerized task where the person is presented with 4 card decks. And they click on a card deck, and they get 4 card decks, I'm sorry, and they get a pool of money, you know, fake money, obviously, right? But they have an account. And so it's like a gambling task. So you pick a card from a deck, and you're going to get, you're going to do well, or you're going to lose. You're going to maybe gain money, you're going to lose money. It's kind of like a slot machine in that regard. You could gain money, or you could lose money in your account. And each of the different decks have got different probabilities built into them. But the person's not told that. And so they have to learn by choosing which card deck to draw from to increase the amount of money in their account. That's the gambling task, all right? And so you have to learn which decks are good and which ones are bad. And the good decks are not obviously good. It may hit you with some losing hands once in a while, but then all of a sudden hit you a big positive, right? And there's another one that maybe gives you a little bit of positive but big negatives. And so it's not as straightforward. You have to figure that out as the person taking the test. And it's sophisticated. And so on that test gets several different trials or phases through the process of the test. And the overall summary score captures how well the person learned the task. You know, in that, did they learn which deck was the better deck in the long run? Because there's a deck that's good for the short run, but it's not as good as the other deck for the long run. And then there are some losing decks. So you have to figure that out. And then the T-scores, the results of this, tell you how well the person chose among decks. It's a really fascinating task and quite sophisticated. It requires a lot of executive skill to do well.
Who gave the defendant this test? Defense, or did you?
This was a part of the defense battery.
Okay. How did the defendant do on this executive function test?
Right. This is the scoring table from the computer printout. And you can see the names of the different parts of the test down the left. The next column is the raw scores. And you can see at the bottom of that second column, there were 100 trials administered. Mr. Cruz lost $1,360. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's not... the way this test works is the winning the score that counts is not how much they win or how much they lose, because they could have lost a lot more. Okay, so that's don't get sidetracked with that. And then we look over to the right, the area that I highlighted here are the U.S. Census matched scores, and each of those T-scores, if you remember, the T-score, the average, the mean, the central line for T-scores is 50, and it's one standard deviation up would be 10. So 50, 60, 70, and then down would be 50, 40, 30. And so any score between 40 and 60 is within that center average range. And so his scores, you can see, there's the net total, which is the sum learning process of this task, is a T47, 38th percentile. That's a perfectly normal score. And then each of the net 1, net 2, net 3 are different phases of the task. That gives you an idea of how quickly he learned the process. And his scores are all within the average range. He dipped down a little bit on net 5. Making a few more errors, but still that T-score of 45 is still within normal limits. Half a standard deviation below the mean is no concern whatsoever. And you see the percentile rankings there. Then you can see that each of the decks, he was a little bit slow catching on to deck A, but with a 6 to 10 percentile, it's a little bit below average, but would not be an impaired score per se. And then above 16th percentile means those are all in the average range for the other decks.
What was your conclusion on how he did on this test regarding executive function then?
He did great on this task. And this is a sophisticated measure that when a person scores like this, it indicates that they're performing at a decision-making level that's higher than what you expect to see in neurologically impaired people. When you've got brain abnormalities, inevitably they affect the executive function, because remember, the executive function is integrating all these other domains. So if you have impairments in these domains, then the executive tends to falter as well. And his executive functioning based on this task was perfectly normal. He performed better than I would expect for neurologically impaired individuals. It's inconsistent with neurologic impairment.
Doctor, when we saw the graph that you did with 145 and the smaller graph that Dr. Connor did, are each of those points, those are scores, correct?
Yes.
Are each of those scores equal to each other? In terms of, is one test more important than another?
They're not equal in a sense that you have to understand what the test is and what the score is. Some of the scores are like, okay, that's a minor score in a minor test, doesn't measure as much. Some scores are more important scores in a bigger test that involves a lot more concepts. Some of our to put it this way, some of our tests are very simple. Like they'll measure one simple construct, motor speed, for example. Tapping would be an example of that. It's very simple. It's just simple motor speed. Other tasks measure maybe motor speed as a part of it, but also decision making, problem solving, and mental flexibility. So now this test measures all those domains. That's what I mean by a more sophisticated test. It measures a lot of the domains underneath executive function. And the gambling task measures a lot of domains in executive function. So it's a heavy hitter. But other scores don't have that necessarily the same way. So you can take one score off the Iowa gambling task, and that would mean more than one simple little score on another test potentially. So it's up to the neuropsychologist to appreciate the impact of what score over another.
Number 30, please.
John, may we have a quick sidebar, please?
Sure.
Okay, so they are in a brief sidebar right now. Once again, they're talking to this neuropsychologist who's been sort of talking about how he believes the defendant does not have neurological impairment. He was looking at some of the testing that had been done, and in his assessment, it was inconsistent with neurological impairment. It's been something that we've been hearing throughout the course of this morning.
Right, and he's more importantly, he's essentially attacking Dr. Connor's testimony that is quite the contrary to his. So he's looking at the test that Dr. Connor did and describing why they don't necessarily establish what Dr. Connor's results were. So Dr. Denny's looking at these same data, the same test scores, and saying they're not below average.
And part of it has to do with the data that's presented. He, in some of his testimony, is saying that it was incomplete, that there was, if you included more of what was being tested, it would show that the defendant has better cognitive function, executive skills, etc.
Right. There were test results that, according to Dr. Denny, Dr. Connor didn't include. I recall Dr. Connor saying that some of them were composite scores of some, but it still appears as though that Dr. Connor did some tests that weren't each individually scored. And according to Dr. Denny, if you just score all those individually instead of compositing them like Dr. Connor did, then the results are much higher than Dr. Connor found.
After we came back from break, you could hear audio of the judge having some lighthearted banter with the jury about, hey, it looks like everybody has some caffeine. Some people had coffee, some people had a little cafecito, because it is almost 3 o'clock. We are on exhibit, I believe, number 29 of this witness out of more than 60.
I think 64 is the total.
So the question is, are they going to try to get through this today? And they brought the jurors in early as well.
I think they're going to try and get as far as they can get. The confusion for me is the judge said before the break that there were some witness scheduling issues, that they had to rush some witnesses out. I don't see Dr. Denny being rushed anywhere at this point because they're going through step by step, and then we haven't even gotten to cross-examination yet, and then maybe redirect examination after that. So I could see him easily going to the end of the day.
Well, and keep in mind, tomorrow is a court holiday. So if they don't get this done now, would he be available on Thursday?
That may actually be the rush. He might need to be getting out of town tonight in order to handle another obligation that he has, but this may be the only day he's available, so that might be what the court meant when we have witnesses that we need to rush out.
As an attorney, you want to present the fullest case possible. You want your witnesses to be as clear and concise with the jury, but there's that balance, right? Because you want to get through this, but you also don't. I wonder if you could potentially risk having jurors, okay, it's hours and hours and hours of this very, as you described, dense testimony. Yeah. At what point do you look over and think, gosh, we may be losing them?
Well, that's part of the art of being a trial lawyer. Dr. Denny is doing a really good job at making this dense stuff not terribly dense, just by his mannerisms and his personality. He's doing a good job of it, but at some point you have to eventually end. However, you don't want to leave something on the table, so to speak. You don't want to leave the jury not hearing something that's important for them to hear. And everything that he said so far has been quite important.
It has been, although some of the graphics and these PowerPoints that we're looking at, they're pretty dry, they're charts, they're, so you're right that this doctor has to and is doing a good job describing that. Another thing that I think we're going to hear, because it was mentioned before the jury came in, is potential video and audio from the day of the shooting, because they had mentioned that they had even spoken, some of the victims' advocates had spoken to the family members in the gallery, hey, if you want to leave during this we're going to give you ample warning.
Exactly, and those are going to come up, and there hasn't even been, anything that's leading up to having that presented yet, so we're still going through all the scientific data here. And I see the headphones coming off, so we're probably going to get back to it.
Let's listen.
This is the Tower of London test?
Yes, it is.
Could you briefly describe that test?
Sure. This is also an executive function task, And the Tower of London is a very old school test. You probably have seen something like it. It's where you've got 3 posts and you've got different colored rings, and you have to get the rings from one post over to the next post by following a set of rules. Like, you can't have the larger ring over the smaller ring, right? It's like a children's toy type of game, and it's that. And what you measure is the problem solving that's involved in trying to figure out how to get that done without violating the rules and within the fewest number of moves. So a task we've all somewhat familiar with, but it's actually been normed into an executive problem task, and it's used commonly in neuropsychological evaluations.
And who gave this test?
This was administered by the defense as well.
And what were the results of the test?
The results were presented here. This is the actual scoring page where you would write in what their raw score was and circle it, and it gives you a standard score that goes with it. And for in each of these areas, so you see on the left-hand column on the far left are SS at the top, which stands for standard score. And so those scores are like, since they're standard scores, that means it's a 100 is the mean, standard deviation is 15, but that's okay. And then the next column is the total move score, and you'll notice that there's different columns in each of these, like sub-columns, and it's for different age groups. Because depending on a person's age, they have to have different norms. Younger people perform differently than older people. And so these are for age circled up there, 20 to 29, which is the age that Mr. Cruz when he took it. And so that's what's circled. So it's the total move score. You see he obtained a raw score somewhere between 38 and 40, which equated to a standard score of 90, which is within one standard deviation. That's a normal score. We go next to the total correct. He got a 4, which equates to a standard score of 98. That is also perfectly average range. And then this score here, it fell down. This is the rule violation. He made one. He had a rule violation. He had one rule violation in the process, which dropped this score down to a standard score of 76. But again, that's based upon just one rule violation. And then we jump back up to total time violation score, 0. He didn't violate any of those, so that's normal. Then the total initiation time fell there as which equates to a standard score of 94. That's perfectly normal. The total execution time is in the normal range, and the problem-solving time is in the normal range. Mr. Cruz performed perfectly normal on this test of problem-solving and planning, with the exception of one rule violation. So it all fell in the normal range, with that one little exception.
And this was also executive functioning?
Yes, it is. Largely focused on planning.
Next slide, please. And what is the Wisconsin card sorting test, please?
This is also a very sophisticated executive function task. It involves a lot of different components to it. Basically, I summarize this test, and I use it often. I've used it routinely since the late 80s. Is a test of nonverbal concept formation, like creating concepts in your mind, problem solving, mental flexibility, and learning from your mistakes. All executive tasks. And there's various different scores in this. Some have more meaningfulness than others. Basically, the way this test works, and I can't give away too much of it because there's some tricks in it that would give away how to do the test, but there's cards, and you have to, by the name, you have to sort the cards based upon various principles. And you have to be able to learn from your mistakes, because if it's done with a computer, the computer's giving you feedback, or if it's done by a person using manually, old school wise, the examiner is telling them whether they're right or wrong each time. So the person gets immediate feedback on are they learning the principle they need to learn. And throughout the test, you also have to have mental flexibility, because things change in the process. So what we see here highlighted in yellow are the standard scores that go along with what his performance was. He completed all 6 categories on the test, which is a perfectly normal task or performance. It tells me that he had good concept formation. He was able to understand and figure out what the problems were. And then we can look at either U.S. Census matched or age and education corrected scores. Doesn't really matter. They're all in the normal range. If you look down the T-score column, you see 49, 50, 54, 53, 55, 55, 46, 45, 50, all in the normal range, average. Same thing over here on the census match. They're in the average range too. Overall, Mr. Cruz performed perfectly normal on this test. And this is a very powerful, sophisticated executive function task that measures multiple cognitive abilities. He did well on it.
The Iowa gambling, the Tower of London, and the Wisconsin card sorting, are they all sort of competitive games with yourself?
In a way, they're competitive games. I mean, you have to figure out what is needed and what you're supposed to do. And so that's part of the executive function, is figuring out what I need to do, right? If you're being told, sit down, answer this question, that's not really executive function. Executive function is when you're left with, I need to figure out what to do. For example, a good executive test would be, okay, imagine you have to prepare a dinner party Friday night for 20 people. What do you need to do, right? You have to organize in your own thoughts. Oh, I got to figure out how much food I need. I need to find out what I need, what I've got. I got to get it done. I got to figure out who's going to help me. All these executive tasks. And these tests are like that. They try to minimize the structure a little, to some degree or other, so that it allows the person to actually generate a concept on their own and figure out, how does this work and how do I make it work right? So they're very powerful tests.
And it's a bit of a game, too.
Kind of, yeah. No, it certainly can be. Certainly, the gambling test is kind of fun because you're getting rewarded for doing it the right way, and the Wisconsin certainly is, because it's giving you immediate feedback. And when you place the card down and it's wrong, the computer says it's wrong. And if you get it right, it goes right, and that's immediate rewarding. And so it's very game-like in that sense.
The defense administered this test as well?
Yes.
And all 3 tests he passed?
Yes, he did. He with normal range.
And all 3 executive function?
Yes.
32, please. Do you recognize slide 32?
Yes, I do.
And where was that from?
The graphic image I took out of Dr. Connor's presentation and reproduced here without adjusting it or changing it. And these are scores that correspond to the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, the big IQ test that was done in April of 2021. Now, the score on the right is the full scale IQ, and so that's really kind of an omnibus summary score. The other 4 scores are the index scores that go into that IQ test. And they're labeled there at the bottom. The VCI is the Verbal Comprehensive Index. PRI, if you remember, is Perceptual Reasoning. And then Working Memory is WM Working Memory score. PSI is Processing Speed. And then the Full Scale IQ. And then the scale on the left is the standard Z-score scale, where 0 is the mean. It'd be like an IQ of 100, so a score of 0 in this scale. And the standard deviation is 1. So 0 to 1 is within 1 standard deviation, and then there's 2 standard deviations there.
And what did Dr. Connor suggest with this diagram?
He presented this graph in context of domains or splits between scores in the IQ testing, and because some of the criteria for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder talk about splits in IQ testing scores. And so that would be these kind of scores. And you can look at the graph, and it looks like there is some pretty big splits between these scores.
Is that the diagram that you get in the program when you use this test?
No, this is a graph that was generated, I presume, by Dr. Connor. It was in his Excel spreadsheet of all the data.
Can we see number 33, please? What are we seeing now?
Right, these are those exact same scores. But this is the computer printout from the Pearson test publisher, the publisher for the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale. These are how the results are graphed in the actual test publisher report. You can see the same across the top. You've got the same names there. You see the full scale IQs separated from the others. And then they are, this time, instead of being graphed on a Z-score, they're graphed with the standard IQ scale. But their proportion to each other is exactly the same as they would be with a Z-scale. That doesn't change it at all.
Okay, other than how these two different graphs look, is there a way to analyze the differentials between each of these scores?
Yes, there are. I mean, you can look at this graph right off and see, well, gosh, it doesn't look like there's that big a split between these index scores, but I don't know for sure, and the computer scoring program automatically does that for you. It analyzes
the next slide, please.
It analyzes the difference between index scores and tells you what is statistically significant difference. But beyond that, it also tells you what is what we would term in the field a clinically relevant finding or clinically meaningful. And so this is a table right out of that printout using the data that from the defense examination. So on the left column, you see VCI-PRI. So that tells you this row is the comparison between those two variables. So verbal comprehension index versus perceptual reasoning index. And you can see score 1 is the verbal comprehensive index. Score 2 is the perceptual reasoning index. And you can see the difference between those is 11 points. The next column is called critical value, and this is the size of that difference it has to be at to be statistically significant at 0.05, which is a standard sort of level of statistical significance we use in science. It's pretty common. And so that, and then the next column is it significant at that difference, yes or no? And so if it's statistically significant, in other words, the difference is larger than the critical value, then yes, it's statistically significant. So that's a statistically significant difference. But the real bread and butter of this table is the last column. Because you can have findings that are statistically significant, but still meaningless. Okay? And so what tells you whether it's meaningful or not is how common it is in the population. Because some of these splits are very common. And that's the last column, is base rate in overall sample. That's the overall norm sample for this test. So for that first example, we see it is statistically significant, but 20.8% of the overall sample have that level of difference. So it's statistically significant, but it's pretty common in the population.
Doctor, if I may, can we show 33 one more time, please? And so I don't think you can point on this, but can you just go over VCI and PRI? That was the first difference.
Sure. That's comparing the first blue dot with the second blue dot. That's that comparison, that difference right there between those two.
Okay, and then we'll go back to 34 in a second, but it's going to what else is it going to compare?
Yeah, it's going to systematically compare every score with every other one. There's 4 there to compare with. So you're going to have VCI with PRI, then you're going to have VCI with WMI, and VCI with PSI. It's going to compare each one of those differences. And we're going to find out which ones are statistically significant, and we're going to look and see which ones are clinically meaningful. And I'll explain what makes something clinically meaningful in a second.
If we can go to 34 again, please.
So it only becomes clinically meaningful if it's a rare occurrence in the population. Okay, if it's a difference that is pretty common for people, It's like no big deal. Okay, it's statistically significant, but if it's still something that commonly occurs in the population or in the overall sample, then I shouldn't make much of it as a clinician because it's common. It's not a big difference, right? And so here we see that this first example happened in over 20% of the sample. That tells me that it's not clinically meaningful. Okay, it's not rare enough to be significant. And you can see some of these differences, even though, well, there's only 3 that reached clinical or reached statistical significance. Those are the 3 Ys there in the second to the last column. So the difference between verbal comprehensive index and the working memory index, the second row, that is statistically significant. And the only other one that is statistically significant is working memory, the bottom, working memory index versus processing speed index. There the difference was 15 points, and that was statistically significant. But of those 3 that were statistically significant, the top one was occurred 20% of the time in the sample. The bottom one occurred over 15% of the time in a sample. That doesn't have me bent out of shape either. We don't really get too. I mean, you look at it a little bit when it falls below 15, but you really don't look at it seriously until it falls below 10. And there's other guidelines that say it's not even meaningful until it's less than 3% of the population. And so what we have here is the closest one to that is the verbal comprehensive, the second row, verbal comprehensive index versus the working memory index. That difference is 16 points. It's statistically significant, and it occurs over in about 10.8% of the overall sample. So it's a little rarer than the others, but it's still not terribly rare. Again, if it's below 10, then I would think, okay, that's more clinically meaningful. And then for some guidelines, even some of the FASD guidelines, it has to be below 3% for that to be meaningful, to be considered a discrepancy that warrants the diagnostic classification.
So regarding Dr. Connor's testimony that this discrepancy of domain splits was a significant factor, what's your opinion of that?
Well, I'll just interject my previous objection pursuant to Mendez and Feller, please.
Okay.
In regard to its significance, is that the word you used?
Yes.
Okay. I would say it doesn't have any meaningfulness or significance in terms of the diagnostic criteria for fetal alcohol-related disorders, because the criteria for that requires the base rate score to fall below 3%, and these do not.
Okay, if we can move to 35, I think this is the bell curve again, correct?
Yes.
And is there anything you want to say before we go into the next slide?
I really put this here, frankly, to refresh your memory because of what we're going to get into. We're going to get in the weeds a little bit right now. Sorry, and this will help you because there's some points that we have to keep in mind. People's scores vary around the mean naturally. That's a part of normality. Perfectly normal people's scores do that. And that curve is near the person's IQ. Okay, so the top line of that curve, the gravel pile, is very close to where a person's IQ is. And then, that gravel shifts from left to right depending on where somebody's IQ is. Okay, so the curve changes. Normal people have strengths and weaknesses, and even perfectly normal, average kind of people have some scores that fall in the impaired range. Keep those principles in mind, and I think you'll understand what we're going to go through.
Okay, now go to 36, please.
All right.
And how is this different from the last?
Right. I've put some information on here to expand what you already know about the normal bell-shaped curve. It's the normal bell-shaped curve with the standard scaled scores of various kinds underneath it. That's all very standard. I added these colored bands on the top, which are the AACN, the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology, consensus labeling for what labels we should use for different regions of the curve. And then I put this tall vertical red line in there, and that that equates to, that's Mr. Cruz's IQ score of 83. So knowing nothing more than this, we know that somebody with an IQ of 83, their overall neuropsych battery should huddle around that central point, and we know that some of those scores are going to fall in the low range. Based on this band around the low average range, it's like it's not the average score, but the low average score on the left, it's kind of a greenish color, but darker green than the below average one, the one there right around his score. That band, within that range, there about 14% of the normal population's IQ falls in that range, that band. So 14% of perfectly normal people have IQs that fall in that range. That's a really important thing to realize. Between 80 and 89.
If we go to 37, please.
This is the table that comes off of the scoring program. This is just a scoring, it's a summary table of the WACE 4 performance of Mr. Cruz. And you can see that his full scale down here on the bottom, and then the composite score is what we look at, is a full scale IQ of 83, which is the 13th percentile ranking. And there's a confidence interval. Our tests are not absolute, rocket science, okay? Our tests are not going to put a rocket on the moon because they're not that precise. But there's an error band around each score. And so this confidence interval tells us that although his score fell at 83, the confidence interval tells me that if I were to give this test to him a large number of times, theoretically, his score isn't going to always be exactly 83. But I can have about that 90% of the time it's going to fall between 80 and 87. So it's like how much confidence I can have in the weatherman telling me the temperature tomorrow is going to be between 60 and 70, right? If you make it too broad, it's useless. So it has to be, 90% is kind of a good balance in there. So we expect his score to fall within that range, and that's the low average range. Below that is the general ability. This is another score very much like the IQ score, except it doesn't incorporate attention stuff and speed of mental processing things. So that it's really more just the verbal and nonverbal, perceptual reasoning skills pulled together. And his score on that is 86. Again, a little bit higher, but not a huge amount higher, but it still falls in that same range. So we have a pretty good sense that his overall intellectual ability is in the low average range. And that equates to a Z-score of a negative 0.9. So it kind of gives you an idea where that is in the C-scale. It's not quite one standard deviation, but it's right near the one standard deviation below the mean.
Okay, and if we can move to the TOGA test. What is the TOGA test?
The TOGA the name of the test is actually the test of general reasoning ability. So it's not an IQ test per se, and it is a pencil and paper test, but it's a measure of somebody's reasoning ability. The problems, you have to figure out the answer, you have to reason them out. And his score on this was the same. It's actually an 83. And why I thought that was informative is because it helps us affirm the fact that even perfectly normal people can have IQ and reasoning ability of 83, because what we see here is 83 is the exact middle score. Median means the score that is exactly in the middle. There's exactly the same amount below it as there are above it. And 83 is the exact middle score that we see for truck drivers and construction workers. Okay? Certainly there are truck drivers and construction workers that would have reasoning ability higher than this, but there are also an equal number that have lower than this. So it's just to reaffirm the fact that these kind of scores are perfectly normal.
And now, the next page. Okay, can you take us through this diagram? I think starting with the middle diagram, please.
Exactly, and I think we can go through this pretty quick because this is really a graphic representation of what I've been talking to you about, the gravel pile. Okay, if we look at the center one, that's the gravel pile placed in the center of the driveway with the IQ around 10 right there. On that scale, 10 is the like an IQ of 100. Then the one on the right is if the gravel pile had been moved to the right, and the IQ here on this one is for be like IQ of 115. So you can see the overall bell-shaped curve around that is higher. It's a little bit higher on the scale. And then if we go to the one on the left, this are for people who have IQs of 85. You can see that bell-shaped curve is further on the left. And the way you can tell that is where that curve, where those bars fall. And each bar is like a bucket with scores poured in it. The higher the bar, the more scores are in that bar. And so the low bars have only a few scores. The high bars have a lot of scores. Okay, it's just like that frequency distribution we've been looking at a lot. The more scores fall around the center of the person's IQ, just like what we've talked about. And you can see for the average person, the center of that curve is right over 10. If you look at the center of that curve on the one on the right, it's higher than 10 because their overall IQ is 115. Their neuropsychological test battery scores will fall above average as well. And the whole curve moves. When you look on the left with the IQ of 85, the whole curve moved downward. And that's a real important concept for us to understand. Because what that means, two things. As a person's general ability is higher, the neuropsych test scores are going to hover around his higher general intellectual ability. And as it's lower, they're going to hover around that. And also the other point that we need to make here is that the more scores you throw into your battery, the more scores are going to spread out. It's like the gravel. The more you pile on top of the mound, the further it spreads out. That's the way it works with neuropsychological test scores too.
Okay, if we go to the next slide, please. Okay, first of all, can you explain what premorbid means?
Yeah, that's just a term that confusingly was added there. Doesn't really need to be there. It's just talking about a person's ability level. Premorbid means what their ability has always been. That's relevant if somebody has an acquired brain injury or something. Then you want to look at what their premorbid, before their injury, intellectual disability like. That's not a concern for us here, but the graph still communicates what I want to communicate here, and it's exactly what I just described. There's three different bell-shaped curves here, and what's added to this, and you can see those three different bell-shaped curves fall in different places of the scale. The medium gray one is in the middle, and that's falling at the 50 mark, which would be the same as an IQ of 100. This happens to be T-scores, and I'm sorry it changes scales all the time on you. That makes it confusing, but that's the same as an IQ of 100. And then the darker curve is higher. That center of that curve is actually at 55, so that would be about 107 IQ. So it's a little bit above. And then the lighter gray one is a little bit below the mean, and that's at about 92. And why this is important to show is because of this black line going up and down here. That line is at 1 standard deviation below the mean on a T-score is 40. And that is what has been proposed as the cutoff for impairment, less than 1 standard deviation.
Proposed by who?
Proposed by, I believe it was presented by Dr. Connor as an indication of scores that fall into an impaired range. But you can see when the overall curve moves up or down, it changes the number of scores that fall below that cutoff among perfectly normal people. So if you have somebody with an IQ of 100, you can see that about 15% of the test scores will fall below that range of impairment, or quote, impairment range.
Do you recall Dr. Connor talking about 15 to 20% falling in that range?
I did. He actually said that, yeah, that what you expect is about 15 to 20% of scores to fall below that cutoff. That's true.
For who?
For people with IQs of 100 and with not too many tests in the battery. That's based upon a rough average of 22 tests on the battery, certainly less than 40 scores. But remember, the more scores you add, the more it spreads out. And if the IQ is lower, it's going to have more scores fall in the lower range. As we can see here, if you look at the lower curve here, the lighter gray, you'll see instead of 15% falling below that cutoff, now we have 31.2% of the scores fall below that cutoff. For a perfectly normal individual with an IQ that is just slightly below average at about 92. That's not even below average, it's still average, but it's just lower on the scale.
Dr. Denny, when you say normal person, what do you mean by that?
And I hate saying that because it implies that there are not normal people. It's just, I don't want it to be derogatory. I'm just trying to say the normal population, the average person who does not have a neurologic problem or a neurocognitive problem.
Okay,
That's
so
what I mean by that.
Can there be, is a normal person different, there's different curves for a normal person with 107 IQ, another person normal 100, another 92. Those are all normal, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, they're all normal, and you can see it's the normal curve. It's just it's hovering around a different central score. That center score is 100, or it's 110, or 115, or it hovers around 90 or 85, right? All of those IQ scores are not necessarily indicative of brain impairment. It's just a person's overall level of functioning. And you expect the neuropsychological test battery scores to fall in a pile around that general ability level.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. All right, now, can you explain this slide, please?
Yeah, let me unpack this. This is the most complicated one of the entire day. And I'll unpack it, and we'll be past it. Okay, now, remember I said that the variation will depend on the person's IQ and the number of scores involved. But with that information, we can predict exactly how many scores we expect to fall below whatever cutoff you choose. 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, whatever. But we can know that. And that's among normal population, non-brain, non-cognitively impaired people. Now, with this graph, this is actually, the graph of scores here is actually Mr. Cruz's test data. This distribution is his actual 145 scores. And the blue line is the mean score for all of the neuropsychological test scores. And you can see that it's below 0, but it's not as low as 1 standard deviation. You know, it's actually a negative 0.79. But that's the blue line there, right in the center of this distribution. It fell exactly like what I would expect, right around his ability level. The first red line corresponds to the 1 standard deviation cutoff. So if we're going to say scores falling below that are impaired, we need to count, well, how many scores actually fell below that? And for Mr. Cruz, we found out of it, I'm sorry, this is what is predicted now, given 145 scores and an IQ of 83, okay? How many scores would we predict for a normal person? Not Mr. Cruz, just anybody. We know that with 145 scores, we're going to have 62 of them, that's 43%, fall below that 1 standard deviation red bar. Perfectly normal people. 43%. Well, how many are going to fall below the 2 standard deviation mark? That's the next red line. And we're going to see that we would expect, out of 145 test scores, in a battery that big, we would expect 17 scores, or 12% of the scores, to fall less than 2 standard deviations. And I apologize for mixing it up. This distribution is not Mr. Cruz's data. This is what we would expect based upon statistical probability, based upon perfectly normal people. And we see that's the number of scores we expect to fall below those ranges. And now, and the table on the left is simply the number count where I get that information. To verify my work real quickly, the third column from the left says count, and you can see 0, 0, 6, 11 in a black bar. That's the first standard deviation, so 0, 0, 6 plus 11 is 17. That's where I get the 17 scores. And then if you add that to further, from 17 plus 19 and 26 becomes 62. That's where that came from. Okay, so that's what we expect to happen with perfectly non-brain injured people. Now we compare that to what was actually observed in Mr. Cruz's test data. How many scores did he actually produce in those, quote, impaired ranges? And we see here in the top left-hand corner, out of the 145 scores, he produced 13 that fell below the 2 standard deviation mark. 13 scores in Mr. Cruz's battery fell below a -2 z-score, fell below that more strict cutoff score. Compare that 13 to 17 is what we would expect. And we can do the same thing. The number of scores that Mr. Cruz obtained that fell below 1 standard deviation was 64. Well, how many do we expect a perfectly average individual with an IQ of 63 and 145 test scores?
Do you mean 83?
I'm sorry, yes, 83, thank you. An IQ of 83 and a test battery with 145 scores, we would expect 62, and he produced 64 below that range. So the bottom line on this is the number of scores he produced in the impaired range falls exactly in line with what I would expect for a person that has no neurocognitive problems. And they have an IQ of 83, and 145 scores were given to him.
So if a person had the 100 IQ level, approximately how many would you expect to fall in the greater than 1 standard deviation? Is that what Dr. Connor talked about?
Yeah, you would expect about 15%. But again, that's based upon an IQ of 100 and a lot fewer scores. That's the variable that's not talked about. The more scores you add to the battery, right, the pile of gravel is bigger and a wider its spread it is. So the more scores are going to fall outside the normal ranges just by chance, by randomness. And what we see here is what's predicted to occur, given an IQ of 83 and 145 scores, is pretty much spot on with what we saw happen with Mr. Cruz's data.
Okay, if we can move to the next slide. All right, so what does this show?
Right, thank you. Now we're at the graph of Mr. Cruz's actual data. Okay, these are his actual test scores put into a frequency distribution. Remember, each bar there is like a bucket, and the more scores that fall in that bucket, the taller it is. And we can see on the far right that only 1 score fell up there, 8 fell in the next bucket, 15 fell in the next bucket, and 33 fell in that bucket. And it creates an overall normal curve, pretty much, with a couple exceptions I'll mention here. And that normal curve fell right around the red center line, which is Mr. Cruz's average score, -0.79. That's his average center of his neuropsychological test battery. What's interesting, that fell in the low average range, but what's interesting is the yellow line next to it. That's his actual IQ score of 83. So his test battery actually fell overall a little bit better than his IQ. And that may seem strange, but it's actually not. There's a statistical rationale for it called regression to the mean. I don't need to get into it. But I'm just telling you, it's not unusual for it to be better. The lower the IQ score, the more the overall test battery is going to want to stay closer to the true mean. That's all. That's it. Not a concern. They both fall in the low average range, so it's not a big deal. But I just wanted to mention that I am aware of the fact that they're not the same. And so now, on the far left here, we have how many, it says his average Z-score I mentioned, then how many scores of his fell above that IQ of 83 on this distribution? 88 did. And how many scores actually fell below that IQ? And 57 of them did. Okay, so actually more scores fell above his IQ than below his IQ. And then I'll need to talk about these unusual looking scores that skim off to the left, because you'll notice there's a bit of a tail sticking out of this distribution that's different than any of the other distributions we saw before, and I think there's a pretty good explanation for why those stick out like that.
Okay, and I think you've already talked about the Ray copy score.
I have. That one score way down there on the bottom of this thing is that Ray copy that he performed so poorly on that it became a positive validity indicator. And we can see, looking at the data here, I said, well, this seems to also confirm that score doesn't seem to belong. So it's probably not valid. It definitely is not valid. It just doesn't fit the pattern of the distribution, and it also fell below cutoffs for validity. But then we have another, and then there's the Ray immediate and delay scores are also very low. If you recall, I mentioned that if somebody doesn't apply themselves to the copy portion of the task, then later on when you're asking them to draw it from memory, they're not going to do very well. So it's no surprise that those scores are also unusually low. They're in the far extent of this distribution. That helps reaffirm for us that, yeah, those are probably not valid either. And then there's another score here that we haven't talked about, is the finger tapping, left-hand finger tapping score. It's way down there and looks rather unusual. And I think that's because there's something significantly unusual about that score.
Okay, and it's a left-hand score, correct?
Yes.
And you know the defendant to be left-handed, correct?
Yeah, that's his dominant hand.
Okay. Have you had experience administering the finger tapping test to people with brain damage?
Yeah, I've been administering the finger tapping test since 1988, and I spent a lot of time. Let me define that. 3 to 4 years working at least part-time in a state-funded head injury rehabilitation hospital. This is where I would perform neuropsychological test batteries on individuals who had traumatic brain injury from car accidents, or they fell off of a ladder, fell off of a roof, or they got beaten by a club or something like that and had a brain injury. We also had stroke patients. People had ruptured aneurysms. There was also a spinal cord unit. And so I spent a lot of time working with traumatic brain injury individuals in rehabilitation. And I would administer the finger tapping to everybody, even if they were a stroke patient and you're struggling to get them to try to use that tapper. It's tough, but you got to do the testing. So yeah, I've administered lots and lots, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, probably multiple thousands at times by this point.
What was the defendant's finger tapping score? T-score?
The T-score for his age fell at a T of 13. And on the T-score, if you remember, 50 is the mean. And one standard deviation would be 40. 2 standard deviations, 30. 3 standard deviations, 20. So he's beyond 3 standard deviations below the mean on his dominant finger tapping. And I need to really explain what the test, how it works.
Before you do that, what does that translate into what you'd expect to see with someone who scores a T13 who's 22 years old at the time, or 23?
Right. If that's the kind of score I would expect from my, potentially from a stroke patient, if the stroke was a little bit more forward in the brain, on the right side forward, I would expect that. I would also expect that low of score in somebody who has a substantial, severe traumatic brain injury, where they've got motor spasticity and very slow motor coordination. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of patients like that, and that's the way their tapping scores come out.
Who gave him this test? Defense?
It was defense. I don't know exactly who administered it.
Okay. Was any other test given to him that would measure the same, what is it measured? What
Construct?
I'm sorry?
Motor construct, or motor issues? Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, there was. There was another test administered as well.
And what was that?
It was called the grooved pegboard test.
Okay, and can you describe that within your boundaries?
Sure. If I can, may I describe the finger tapping test first? Yes. And then I'll describe the grooved pegboard test. The finger tapping is a little board with a little device that has a lever sticking out of it, and the lever goes up and down, and every time that lever goes down, there's numbers on the top, like one of those clickers when you click somebody coming into the concert, right, and they're counting people. It's one of those kind of clickers, but it's designed with a lever, and then there's a knob on the side that resets it to 0. And the task is you set this in front of somebody and you say, okay, now I want you to tap like this on this little lever as fast as you can. And I'm going to time you and see how many taps you can do in 10 seconds. And then you do that, and you end up giving it to him at least 5 times. You'll give it to him somewhere between 5 and 10 times, depending on how the scores fall out. And then you take the average of that performance. So it's finger tapping, like that. That's a simple motor speed. There's not a lot of coordination involved. It's simple motor speed. Now, grooved pegboard is a device that you set on a table in front of them, and there are all of these holes in this board, and there's a little bin full of pegs. And the grooved pegboard, the pegs are shiny silver bars, and they're perfectly round, except they have a tab sticking up. So it creates a keyhole look from the end of it, with the bar up on the top and a round shaft. And so they'll go in these holes, but they're keyhole-shaped holes. So you have to turn the peg exactly to the right place to slip it in, and it'll fall right into its place. And the way we test this, the grooved pegboard works, is you set it in front of the person, and you start with their dominant hand, and you say, okay, here, put a couple pegs in. Okay, that's how it works. And you say, now I want you to use only this hand, and I'm going to time you to see how fast you can fill in all of these holes. Grab one peg at a time and fill in a hole, one at a time. Go across this row and each row until the entire board is full. And that time is your score. This test measures not only simple motor speed, but also more fine motor control and sensory perceptual skills. So this is an example of one test measuring multiple things, but one of those things it measures is included in another test. So tapping is simple motor speed. Grooved pegboard is simple motor speed, fine motor control, and sensory perception. So it measures all those things. And it's very insightful to compare somebody's grooved pegboard performance to their finger tapping performance.
How did you do on the pegboard test?
His scores, they were much better. I think they fell in the broadly normal range. They might have been below average slightly, but nowhere near as low as the finger tapping score for his dominant hand. And his finger tapping score for his non-dominant hand was much higher, more midway between that, which is somewhat unusual because usually the dominant hand's a little bit faster than the non-dominant hand. But there was a striking difference between his grooved pegboard performance, which was really rather quite good, and his very, very poor finger tapping score.
On the finger tapping test, is there a certain amount of pressure that you have to push on it, akin to pulling a trigger on a gun?
Well, no. I mean, there's not like, 3 or 4 or 5 pounds of pressure on that. It's a very simple little lever that has virtually, there's some resistance because there's a little spring in there, but it's not any kind of hard resistance, because you're tapping like this, and the average score for a male is 51. I've had people score as high as the high 70s on that test before.
And how many did the defendant?
His average score was 22 taps out of 10 seconds, which again was a T-score of 13. It's a very, very poor.
The average score was what? I'm sorry?
The average male score is 51.
If someone was that impaired in a simple motor speed, would it show up in a real-world functioning?
Well, yes, it would show up in two places. It would show up in real-world functioning for sure, but it would also show up like in that group pegboard test. If a person legitimately could tap only at a T-score of 13, they are not going to be able to do a group pegboard test in the approximate average, low average range. That's just not possible. And if it was really that impaired motorically, motor was that impaired on this dominant finger that can't tap any faster than that, I mean, I would expect spasticity and the kind of motor problems I would see in a brain injury at that speed. And that would certainly be very obvious in a real world situation.
This time the state would like to play D1.
Okay.
Okay, quick sidebar before we see that video of the defendant doing the tapping test.
I don't know if that's the video. I think this might be the video from the surveillance at the school. That's why the defense is renewing their objection. I don't know if this is the video. No, because Dr. Connor administered the tapping test and there was no video over there, so
That
we won't
makes
have
sense.
video of the actual tapping test. I think this is the video of the 14th, the day at the school with the shooting in it.
Because the rapid fire of
Correct,
the gun,
in contrast to his score on the finger tapping test.
which makes sense. The AR is one pull of the trigger, one shot.
Right, so we'll kind of be able to count. But the jury's already seen this in
Yes.
the case, the state's case in chief. But
The jury has seen it, and if it's the video with the audio, some of the cell phone video where you can hear the shots, this was something that the public heard and the gallery heard as well.
Right, but not. And I think that's going to be the same thing today. I don't think we'll be able to. I don't think we'll see it. We probably will hear it, like last time.
Correct. You know, so we've been going through with this neuropsychologist the verbal skills, the memory skills, the ability levels, the IQ of the defendant, and in all of these cases, he's saying that he falls within the normal range, as opposed to being as impaired as the defense is trying to make him out to be.
Right. He did something interesting with the data and moved the Oh, it looks like the headphones are coming off a little bit, so the court's.
All right, let's listen.
Still saying.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god!
All right, if we can play D2 as well, but if this could be not shown to the public.
Judge, may I just renew my objection to this as well, pursuant to DMIL 12, please?
Sure. Ian, did you hear this? Okay, thank you.
Doctor, were you able to view this?
Yes.
Doctor, how does the speed of what you heard in regard to a finger pulling a trigger compared to what you observed from the way the defendant performed on the finger tapping tests in regards to both D1 and D2.
Right. Well, the first video, you could hear the shots, the rapidity, how fast the shots followed each other. And each one of those is one trigger pull. And while it didn't last an entire 10 seconds, they were rapid. And for somebody who's got a finger tapping performance that is as slow as what Mr. Cruz obtained on this test, again, I would expect motor spasticity at that slow rate. People have brain injury to the cortical spinal tract and their central nervous system have slow motor functioning like that tapping test result. And a person with that limitation neurologically would not be able to pull a trigger like that in rapid succession. That, in my opinion, is not physically possible. The second video, what was striking is he came through a doorway, fluidly swung right, and it looked to me that he did 2 trigger pulls right away, and it kept on and swung back and all the while kept moving. He never even slowed down. So we've got balance, motor control of his lower extremities, upper side pivoted, 2 rapid shots, and then kept going. Go your left hand, 2 rapid shots. And again, in my professional opinion, I don't see that happening for somebody who's got the motor control of a neurologic patient in a traumatic brain injury or head injury rehab hospital. That they don't fit together for me. The real world functioning doesn't match the test result.
All right, and is defined motor skills, and is that an important factor in this domain?
Fine motor skill?
Motor skills.
Oh, motor skill is an important domain to measure in neuropsychological functioning because a lot of neurologic difficulties affect the motor systems. You say traumatic brain injury is one example, stroke, multiple sclerosis, a lot of neurologic, even Alzheimer's can have some slower motor control stuff as the disease progresses. So it often affects the central nervous system. Motor control testing is very commonly done. It's an important domain.
All right, I want to show you D8 for reloading.
And this is not to be shown to the public?
Yes, also not to the public, please.
Okay.
Just may I reiterate the same objection to DNI as well, please?
Yes, your objection is noted.
Doctor, if you could address the reloading of that gun by the defendant.
Sure. What I saw in the video was the defendant going into the hallway and then heading down the hallway and in the hallway filled with smoke. And then he reappeared coming out of the smoke, reached into his vest pocket, pulled out a magazine. Well, he dropped the magazine. It was not in the gun, so it was dropped. And he pulled out a new magazine and he put it in, pivoted around, and then started walking back this way and charged the weapon and then resumed the firing position. All in a very smooth, fluid way that looked practiced and trained even. He was very smooth. And this pulling out of the magazine, putting it in, that's fine motor control and fluid smoothness. And it's that fluid smoothness that I don't see with patients that have neurologic issues, particularly that result in finger tapping scores as low as we see with Mr. Cruz. Again, that fluidity in a real world life situation doesn't match the very poor test score.
As a result of that, would you discount that finger tapping score as being valid?
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that finger tapping score is valid. The person with that level of motor skill to create a finger tapping score that low could not do those sort of motor tasks.
Can we go back to the PowerPoint, please? How would the low ray copy score be evident in real world functioning?
Well, the ray copy score is a measure of visual spatial construction. In other words, it taps into the brain in a couple areas. One of the major areas it taps into is this, for most everybody, right parietal visual spatial part of the brain. And this part of the brain is what allows us to appreciate three-dimensionality. Okay, you can put together lines and create a geometric shape correctly. It's not warped and distorted. If there's damage here, it gets warped and distorted. And in real life, this part of the brain helps me understand my three-dimensional body space and the three-dimensionality of this room, or even swim through the environment. Our brain is constantly recalculating your body's three-dimensional position in three-dimensional space. And that's a major area of the brain that whenever the brain is disrupted, this tends to falter. And if you've got a ray complex figure copy score that is that poor, that tells me that there's something wrong with this part of the brain, as well as probably more right frontal part of the brain, the planning that goes along with that. And so for that score to be genuine, I would expect more difficulty with movement in three-dimensional space, even orienting sometimes. That's the kind of difficulty we'll see in a rehab setting, or even at the U.S. Medical Center when I saw people with brain injury or stroke. They had trouble, like stroke victim, not a good word, sorry, a stroke patient with a stroke in the right side here, they have trouble with three-dimensional space and even moving a wheelchair around a hallway and getting it turned around, and they get lost even.
You would expect to see that with his ray copy score?
Yes.
And that is the absolute lowest score of the 145, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And would this also encompass hand-eye coordination?
Sure. I mean, you've got your body's representation in space. You've got the three-dimensionality of the room. And what I am doing when I'm interacting with this room is, hand-eye coordination. There's different parts of the brain that get involved also in my ability to grasp things. But where things are in three-dimensional space and how to orient to that in the proper way, that's all a part of this brain system.
And is his testing of the ray copy, is that consistent with what you know about, for instance, Sergeant Navarro's testimony, his JROTC instructor, as well as your own conversation with the defendant about JROTC?
Yeah, with that, what I learned from about the junior ROTC is that he had the sights down with a pellet gun and hit a target, with the size of like a quarter, nickel, dime, what have you, at quite a ways away. And that's pretty good hand-eye coordination and being able to visual down a sight something and to do it accurately. That's pretty impressive skill with the hand-eye coordination and visual ability.
And how is that real-life ability How do you judge that in terms of his ray copy test?
Well, I don't want to make too much out of the ray copy, but when you've got a very, very poor score on that measurement or test that measures the visual spatial construction part of the brain, the other parts of the brain that we use that require that skill are affected as well. And so my ability, if I had that level of impairment in my parietal frontal systems on my right side of my brain, I would have trouble sighting down something and focusing in on a target and being very accurate with that. I mean, that's really true. It really would be a problem. And I don't believe that if I had impairment in this area, or patients that I have seen who had an impairment in this area, I don't believe would be able to do that very efficiently or very accurately. They could do it, of course, but I don't believe it would be very accurate or certainly not smooth and fluid and precise.
If we can show D5, that would be not open to the public as well, please.
Your Honor, the same objection, please. Thank you.
Objections noted.
Okay, a very short clip. Did you were able to see it, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe about that? In regards to visuospatial skill, hand-eye coordination.
Yeah. What strikes me in that video clip is walking while sighting at the same time and keeping balance and moving right and targeting left and right, all in a fluid motion while moving down the hallway. That's the kind of skill of hand-eye coordination and sort of three-dimensionality in the room or the hallway that I believe would be impaired if this score was a genuine reflection of Mr. Cruz's brain. I don't believe he would have that capability to do that in a fluid motion and accurate way like what we saw in the video. I don't believe that is consistent with his test score.
Next slide, please. So, Dr. Denny, out of the 145 scores, how many fell below the negative 2 standard deviation cutoff?
Right. For Mr. Cruz's scores, out of 145, we saw that 13 of them fell below that red line there. That's the line that corresponds to 2 standard deviations below the mean.
And do you have an opinion about those 13 scores?
I do. I mean, 2 aspects to it. Number one is 13 doesn't surprise me. We would expect, approximately 15, 16, 17 to fall there just normally. But I think there's information about these scores that better help us understand, okay, there's also other reasons why these scores may not or don't reflect neurocognitive impairment.
May I have the next slide, please? Okay, so I think these are the first 7.
Yes. The Gudjonson suggestibility scale, immediate recall, fell below the 2 standard deviations. But again, when you score it based upon pre-trial criminal defendants, the score becomes normal. Okay, so it comes off this table when that's done. And so it may be a score suggesting something, but I don't think it's relevant for this particular situation with Mr. Cruz. The Ray complex figure copy we've talked about a lot. That low score is so poor it falls below cutoffs to indicate it's valid. So it would suggest it's a not valid score. Plus, it's not that test score is not consistent with real-world functioning, in my opinion. That's further indication in my mind that score is not a valid reflection of his real ability. Again, the Ray complex figure immediate delay and the delayed recall, both of those come off of that copy score. If you have a very, very bad copy score, it's going to cause the other scores to be poor. That was certainly the case in my battery. In the original data set that the defense had, the immediate delay actually also fell below validity cutoffs. So 2 of the scores on the Ray actually fell below those cutoffs during the examination a year ago. And so I don't believe that any of those Ray complex figure scores are valid, a reflection of his real ability, because they fall below cutoffs and they're not consistent with real world function. Then we have the finger tapping dominant hand. I've already talked about that. It's a ridiculously low score. For that to be genuine, we will have motor spasticity and motor control problems that we simply do not see with Mr. Cruz. So that is not a valid score. Mr. Cruz performed poorly on the Act 9 and Act 18. This is the auditory consonant trigrams test. This is a task where you have to, where the person is tasked with remembering 3 consonants, and then while there's a distraction going on for 9 seconds in the Act 9 and 18 seconds in the Act 18, that's a 9 or 18 second delay where they're either counting numbers and doing things that's a distraction for keeping those letters in your mind, and then be able to respond with the proper consonants again. He performed poorly on those 2 scores, but that's a simple working memory sort of construct, the ability to keep something in your mind while you're being distracted and give it back. That level of functioning in the executive domain is very simple. And I've written here, compare that to the Iowa gambling tasks, the Tower of London task, and the Wisconsin card sorting tests, which are big, powerful executive function tasks that he performed within normal limit zone. And so he only produced these 2 scores in the impaired range out of the executive function domain. All of the other scores are up in the normal range. So I don't put much weight in these 2 because there's other tests that have more meaningfulness to me than those 2 scores. I don't think they're reflective of his executive function overall.
The next slide, please. Okay, these are the last 6.
These are the last of those 13 scores falling below 2 standard deviations, and you can see them listed down the left with their respective Z-score. All of them come out of the Wechsler Individual Achievement Test, and we know, and you can see that total achievement is the summary score for the battery, and in their subtests, phonemic fluency, that's the person's proficiency with phonemes, which are little bits of words, like vowel sounds or syllables type of thing. Phonemes are bits and parts of words. And his proficiency with that was very slow. His composite processing, phonological composite was low. His sentence composition, which is writing sentence, was very low. And essay composition, writing an essay, was very low. And his overall written expression composite. So we see that it's a problem with phonemes in words, it's a language issue, and writing. Okay? That's number one. We know that he had auditory and verbal sort of learning disability early in his life. And although he appeared to grow out of that, there could be some residual difficulty with phonemes and processing. That wouldn't necessarily surprise me. But early on he was doing very, very poorly, but then he kind of caught up, but then he started having more academic problems, not because of a learning issue, but because of his behavior problems at that point that kept him from succeeding in school, as evidenced by the fact that when he got to Cross Creek, he could perform well in a structured environment, or he could perform well in a class when the vice principal was present, right? But when the vice principal wasn't present, then he would start acting out again. And so there's a lot of behavioral issues that kept him from learning as well as he could have in school. And so I'm not particularly concerned about these scores. There could be some residual issue for him regarding language or just poor educational experience because he didn't engage himself well in school. Certainly the writing part of it. He would have learned how to write better if he had been engaged in school during junior high rather than acting out and not taking it seriously. But so those scores I think are interesting to look at, but we have to remind ourselves that the overall academic domain, the achievement domain score, the average of all those scores in that domain actually came out at a negative 1.35. So where that falls in the curve is below 1 standard deviation, but not as far down the curve as 1.5 standard deviations. So it fell in the below average range, but the overall domain area is not as impaired as these scores, by and large. And the last point is, when somebody has a low average IQ, you don't expect their academic achievement to improve beyond their level of intelligence. Somebody with an IQ of 83, fine. But I don't expect somebody with an IQ of 83 to be able to write essays at a 115 IQ level. Okay, that's just not going to happen, and it never will. And so once a person in a low average range of intellectual functioning catches up with the academic areas, reading, writing, arithmetic, as best they can, it's really not going to go much higher than that. And so his overall domain score, a negative 1.35, is a little bit worse than his average, his IQ, which would equate to a z-score of a negative 0.79. So it's a little bit worse than that, but not a huge difference. And I think that overall he basically caught up to where I would expect him to be academically. So even though he had a few low scores, the overall domain is within a reasonably acceptable level for him.
Okay, Doctor, if we can go to the next slide, I want to begin to ask you about Dr. Connor's conclusions and how they reached a criteria for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Well, I listened to the testimony and I've seen the test data, and it sounds to me like that he said, in essence, he took portions of one classification and he wanted to use that, but some parts of it were not detailed out very well, so he took those other parts from a different classification and combined them together to mix and match classification systems. And those classification systems cover, the DSM-5, but also the CDC and the IOM classifications. And he said that, in his testimony, he said that Mr. Cruz met all of the criteria for all of these. And in my professional opinion, I don't believe that's accurate.
Okay, you used 3 sets of abbreviations in one sentence, so I'm going to have to call you on that. So you said DSM, and that's what?
Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, text revision.
Okay. You said the CDC, which we've all heard of since COVID came out, but go ahead and tell us what that is.
Oh, CDC, what does that stand for?
Center for Disease Control?
Thank you. We all know what CDC is. It's the Center for Disease Control. That's right.
And you also said IOM.
Yeah, the Institute of Medicine.
Okay, so are those 3, let's call them institutions, that publish some sort of guidelines?
Right. The CDC published their own guidelines. The DSM is part of the American Psychiatric Association and their publication for classification of mental disorders and whatnot. And the IOM is really more of a funding organization to help research, and those papers were actually published in pediatrics. But they are guidelines from professional organizations, yes.
And did Canada get involved in this as well?
Of course, Canada's going to get involved. They established their own guidelines in Canada regarding fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, and they've got their own criteria to look at too.
Did Dr. Connor reference the Canadian guidelines?
He did mention that in his opinion, Mr. Cruz met all of them, including the Canadian guidelines.
Okay, now can you explain slide 46?
Well, this is this is Dr. Connor's conclusions, his slide 52. And you see his conclusion there that says, first of all, that he believes Mr. Cruz's functioning is consistent with the neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure, NDPAE, which is the listed in the DSM-5 criteria, and that area still yet to be determined section. And then he mentions consistent with both CDC and IOM guidelines for neuropsych impairments consistent with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. And then overall, the final conclusion was that he met the criteria for this medical condition, alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder.
Okay, if we could go to the next slide. Now, can you help to break this down with DSM-5-TR? Where do these pages come from?
Yeah, these were pages that I scanned directly out of the DSM Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders, and pages 31 and 87. And these are the table of contents that are focusing on that neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure. Now, there's two different terms used in the DSM. In one place, it says neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure, and in another place, it says neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure. I could find nowhere in a book where it gives any meaningful indication that those are different. I suspect it's just a typographical, they just named them differently without realizing it, but I don't know. I don't understand that. But I heard no clarification on that issue throughout the testimony that I heard either.
And you have on here that the classification is vague. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. First of all, when you look at the actual classification of DSM, it just talks about impairments in these areas. It doesn't say what level of impairment or how to determine that impairment. It just says impairments. So it is rather vague. The thing also so it's a little bit hard to get one's mind around exactly what fits that criteria. And it's also located in the DSM in a certain section that tells us that it's for emerging things in the future. It's actually under the section you see on the right here, section 3, under the heading Conditions for Further Study. And that's very meaningful because that means that classification system is not yet ready for prime time. And it should not be used in clinical use. There's further research that needs to happen for it before it's ready. And actually, some of the recent conclusions were that the domain organization in there don't make sense and don't hold together very well. So it's a work in process.
Next slide, please. Now, what is the area that you have highlighted under condition for further study?
Right. This is pulled right out of the DSM-5-TR, page 903. It's under that heading Conditions for Further Study. And you can see the task force, and in reference here is the task force are the people that are working on the DSM-5, the psychiatrists trying to decide what mental disease and disorders and classification systems should be included. And that task force on the issue of prenatal alcohol exposure, that's who they're referring to here. It says the task force ultimately determined that there was insufficient evidence to warrant inclusion of these proposals as official mental disorder diagnoses in Section 2 of DSM-5. That would be the standard diagnostic criteria in Section 2. And it says further, these proposed criteria sets are therefore not intended for clinical use. Only the criteria sets and disorders in Section 2 of DSM-5 are officially recognized and should be used for clinical purposes.
Okay, now you mentioned the CDC. If we can go to the next slide. What is this?
Right. The CDC guidelines This is a page lifted directly out of the CDC guidelines, page 6, pertaining to fetal alcohol spectrum disorders or fetal alcohol problems. So, and I highlighted a couple sections here because it's very important to understand the CDC's understanding of the alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, the ARND, which we've heard a lot about during this trial. So I'll read, if I may.
Please.
The top here I'll highlight, it says, at that time, and that's this is talking about ARND, they had a third meeting of their FAS referral and diagnosis subgroup that came together to draft guidelines. And when they were meeting to determine what the guidelines would be and whether there was enough support for those guidelines to be used in practice, at that time, and I'll quote, at that time, and based on review of the available scientific evidence concerning the diagnosis of ARND, the scope of the guidelines was limited to fetal alcohol syndrome, with future efforts to be devoted to other prenatal alcohol-related disorders. In a nutshell, what the text tells us, and it expands on this elsewhere, but it tells us that ARND was not determined yet to be scientifically sound to be included in the CDC guidelines. The CDC guidelines do not include ARND. And if you recall, ARND is the classification for when somebody does not have the facial features of fetal alcohol spectrum. That you have fetal alcohol disorder, right? And then you've got partial FAS, and these both have facial features. And then there was ARND, which is for those cases that don't have the facial features. But they determined there was not enough to go on to actually endorse any criteria for ARND at that time. And then the next highlight here is the deliberations of their special work group pertaining to physical criteria. The SWG concluded that a strict definition of FAS should be established first, not including diagnostic terms such as fetal alcohol effect, alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, and alcohol-related birth defects at this time because of insufficient scientific evidence on which to base diagnostic criteria for these related conditions. In a nutshell, CDC requires 2 out of 3 facial abnormalities to have a diagnosis of fetal alcohol-related disorder.
And the next page?
Oh, this is where that comes from. You can see from the CDC, I pulled page 9, and you'll see highlighted there in yellow, the individual must exhibit all 3 characteristic facial features. And it all requires all 3 of those, the smooth philtrum, thin vermilion border, and a small palpable fissures, the eye spaces. Mr. Cruz, as we've learned, does not meet those facial abnormalities, so by definition, he does not meet the CDC guidelines.
And the next page, please. Can you explain, is this a continuation?
It is a continuation, page 20. It gives the overall structure at the top, the facial dysmorphia, that's the facial abnormalities, typical growth problems, and then it gives further down the functional under central nervous system, and we see listed here global cognitive or intellectual deficits representing multiple domains of deficit or significant developmental delay in younger children with performance below the 3rd percentile on standardized, there's 2 standard deviations on standardized testing. So it's got to be, the global IQ's got to be below 2 standard deviations, which would be an IQ below 70. And then number 2 here, functional deficits below the 16th percentile. So that would be, in 3 of the following domains, and it lists several domains here. So 3 of those would have to be below, the overall domain would have to be below 1 standard deviation. That's the 16th percentile. So there is a 1 standard deviation rule in these CDC guidelines, but it's only for people who have the full facial features. If you've got the full facial features, then you can use a 1 standard deviation cutoff. You can't use a 1 standard deviation cutoff without the full facial features. And that's where some of the criteria was taken and used and other was thrown away.
So Dr. Connor picked the 1 standard deviation.
Yes.
Correct? But he didn't have the 3 facial features.
Right. He separated the two and he pulled it out of the criteria to add to the DSM, ignoring the fact that CDC requires the facial features in order to use 1 standard deviation. Mixing and matching.
Does the defendant meet CDC guidelines?
No.
Does he meet IOM guidelines?
No, because IOM guidelines require a standard, also I believe requires, it was 1.5 standard deviation below the mean. And I also believe that it requires facial abnormalities, 2 out of 3 of them.
And we'll go to the next slide for that. So what can you tell us about IOM?
Yeah, you can have less than 2 out of 3 facial features if you're going to focus your criteria to ARND. Okay, with IOM's guidelines. But you must use 1.5 standard deviation on the cognitive testing for the global IQ, or at least 2 domains positive out of these 4: executive, academic, memory, or visual spatial. And that does not mean 1 test in that domain or 2 tests in that domain. That means the entire domain is impaired. Okay, remember, you can't just base a whole domain on 1 or 2 tests and ignore all the good tests in that domain. The whole domain has to be impaired, and substantially so. And we see it has to fall below a negative 1.5 standard deviation. So that's a more strict cutoff than just 1 standard deviation.
Okay, does he meet IOM guidelines?
For ARND, he does not have the facial features, so that's okay. He would meet that part of it, but he does not meet the at least 2 of those domains below 1.5 standard deviations. That I don't believe he meets. We saw the domain averages, and they were all above a negative 1.5. So none of them fell below that. The one exception would be visual spatial, but that's really not a domain score because it was based upon 1 test score, the Ray copy. And if you believe the Ray copy is a genuine test score, I guess you can call it visual spatial. It's still not a domain, it's just 1 test score. And so I don't believe that would meet the criteria. Number 1, I don't believe it's a valid score, and it's not a domain, it's just 1 score. So it's a stretch. And even then, it's not 2 out of the 4. So in short, no, I don't think he meets the IOM updated guidelines for alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder either.
Okay, next, please. So these are the Canadian guidelines that Dr. Connor talked about.
Yes. And from page 193 of the Canadian guidelines, I found this text. It says, severe impairment is defined as a global score or a major subdomain score, major subdomain score, on a standardized neurodevelopmental measure that is greater than or equal to 2 standard deviations below the mean. In other words, worse than the 2 standard deviation cutoff. It's got to be below that, and it's got to be a major domain. So either the IQ score or the major subdomain index scores or major domain score in the neuropsych testing. Only one of Mr. Cruz's global score or major subdomain score fell this low, and that was that visual spatial, which is based upon 1 score, and it's the Ray copy, which we know was below the cutoffs for valid performance, and we know is not consistent with real-world functioning.
And Dr. Connor chose not to use the 2 standard deviations in the Canadian guidelines.
Well, I don't know how to answer that. He said he met the criteria for Canadian guidelines, but I don't remember him focusing on scores, domains falling below 2 standard deviations. There were 7 of his scores did, but no domains.
Okay, next, please. And what does this table indicate?
Well, this is the other thing about the Canadian guidelines is that they also require those sentinel facial features to be present. The Canadian guidelines don't allow for diagnosis related to fetal alcohol, prenatal alcohol exposure in the absence of the facial features. So without the facial features, it doesn't matter what scores you get on the neuropsych test based on the Canadian guidelines. They're not going to meet it.
So do you disagree with Dr. Connor's finding that even under the Canadian guidelines he meets fetal alcohol syndrome?
Yeah, I can't even fathom where he makes that conclusion or why he made that conclusion.
Because there are no sentinel features.
Right, that's the issue. Plus, there's no domains that fall below that 2 standard deviations. The only one that could be construed that way would be based upon 1 score, the Ray copy.
Okay, under 4.2 of this table that's on display, it talks about a very low base rate in the population, less than or equal to 3% of the population. What is the significance of that regarding the WACE-4 that you spoke about before?
Yeah, I made reference to this a while back when I was talking about the WACE-4 index scores, the difference between those scores. And I brought you kind of a long way to it, but eventually we got to a table that talked about the base rate of those differences. They can be statistically significant, but how common are they in the population? And the greatest difference was like 10.8% of the population. And I said, you don't really get too uptight about the difference until it falls below 10, and in some classifications it has to be below 3%. Here it is. The Canadian guidelines require that the differences between IQ domain scores, which we would call index scores, that difference has to be so rare as to only occur in less than 3% of the population.
Can you go to the next slide, please?
Oh.
Is this the
there it is.
We were talking about earlier?
Yes, it is. That's it. You can see the one on the base rates overall sample on the right. The lowest one there is 10.8, and that's nowhere near below 3%. It has to be a rare occurrence. Otherwise, the diagnostic classification would be overly inclusive, and it would include way too many people that don't have the disorder. And so they have to define what the level of impairment is. Different tests have sensitivities and specificities, and that gets kind of complicated. But
so, Doctor, based on all of these guidelines, CDC, IOM, now I'm doing what you're doing with all the initials, Canadian, and DMS.
DMS?
Does the defendant meet FAS guidelines?
In my professional opinion, I don't believe that Mr. Cruz's cognitive profile or his clinical presentation meet any of those classification criteria for fetal alcohol related, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or any of the related subcategories of it.
Okay, may I see the next slide, please? Did you create this slide?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain it, please?
Sure. This is a summary slide, in essence, using Dr. Khanna's original listed scores for each domain. And what we see, and it includes all scores, so it's all 145. I'm sorry if that's confusing. It's his original listing, but with all scores added. And then I calculated the means for each domain with all the scores, right? There was a table a while back where I showed you which one of them, which of them changed and which of them didn't. These are the results with all the scores, and so the domains are listed down the left, and then the Z-score for each domain, and then the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology consensus labeling criteria for what to call that level of performance is on the right-hand column. And so for intellectual, you can see the overall score there is a negative 0.86. That's the overall average of the IQ subtests and things and the domains in there. That's the overall average of it. But again, we also have a good indication here with a full scale IQ of 83, which is a negative 1.1. So either one of those is fine to take. I like the IQ one, but it's a Z of negative 1.1. So it's not below 1.5. Attention, overall domain score is a positive 0.45. That's in the average range. It's actually above the mean by a little bit. Processing speed, negative 0.77. That's in the low average range, but it's certainly above one cutoff. It's well above two standard deviation and a half below. It's above that. Language domain is below average. A Z-score negative 1.46. That's close, but still not below that cutoff. Motor is negative 1.40, but in my opinion, I believe that average score for motor is not valid because of that very, very poor and finger tapping score, which was way out in the distribution. And so to include that, I think would be wrong. But so that score, that domain score, I think is not valid. I think it's higher than this. Visual spatial, we've talked a lot about it. I have it here as a domain. It's really not a domain because it's only one test score, the copy of the ray. And as you know, I don't believe that's a valid representation of his genuine visual spatial ability. Learning and memory domain is a negative 0.58. That's in the low average range, well above the cutoffs. Executive function is a negative 0.71. That's a low average range, again, well above the cutoffs. The academic, this would be achievement-oriented type of tests. The overall domain fell at negative 1.35. That's the below average range, but it's above that negative 1.5 cutoff, so it doesn't meet the criteria either. The reason I have these 4 asterisks on the left is because in the IOM classification system for fetal alcohol related disorder, you have to have 2 positive out of those 4. They don't even consider the others because they say, well, the effects of prenatal alcohol effects on babies ultimately cause problems in visual, spatial, learning, memory, executive, or academic type of difficulties. So that's what we're going to focus on. That's what they indicated. And so you have to have 2 positive out of those 4. And that means 2 of those have to fall below a negative 1.5 Z-score. And the only one that does is visual spatial. And I can't keep pounding that, but you know what I feel about the visual spatial score. And so I don't believe these results from the neurocognitive testing reflect any FASD-related diagnosis under CDC, IOM, or the Canadian guidelines.
If we can go to the next slide. Did Dr. Connor communicate anything else in his testimony that you believe needs to be cleared up?
Well, I just want to counter a couple things, and that you have to have more than just a couple scores in a domain to call that domain markedly impaired. I believe that's really unfair to call an entire domain markedly impaired when 1 or 2 out of numerous scores fall in the low ranges. That's not the way it works. That's not how you interpret neuropsych testing appropriately. A low score is also not a deficit. A low score may fall in a, quote, deficit range, but it's a low score. A deficit is a difficulty that a person has, right? And that's different. It may seem like semantics to you, but it's really vitally important to realize that it's different. A person's ability is different than what a score is. Just because there's a score on a piece of paper doesn't mean that that's an accurate reflection of the person's real ability. And you must consider the overall patterns of scores in relation to the person's general intellectual ability. It's that pile of gravel again. It's got to be, the gravel pile will go around their IQ score. And remember that perfectly normal average individuals will have scores that fall below those ranges. And we know how many will fall there. And in Mr. Cruz's case, given his IQ of 83 and 145 scores, the number of scores that fell in the impaired ranges is exactly what we would expect for a person that does not have any fetal alcohol problem or any other neurocognitive problem. They just have a low average IQ, and somebody gave them a lot of neuropsychological tests.
I think that it would be a good time for a break. There are some individuals that need to use the restroom. So, ladies and gentlemen, rather than shuffle you all out and then back in, that whole process, as you know, takes 15 minutes at least. I think this would be a good place to end for the day. As you all know, tomorrow the courthouse is closed. So we will not be in session. The courthouse is closed. We will resume on Thursday. Please be here at 9 a.m. on Thursday. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, including your close friends and family members. Please remember all of the rules about what to do if someone tries to approach you. Please leave your notepads behind. And other than that, I will see you Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Thank you for your time and attention.
So I think the most salient thing from the last hour was that video that was shown. We have heard the audio. The jury has heard it. I don't know if the public has seen that particular video clip. It was just 10 seconds long.
If that.
If that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's seen it. I'm not 100% convinced we were supposed to see it because all the other ones were kept quiet. And then the witness would explain what he saw in the video. I think that was a surprise. It was a surprise to us that we were seeing. I'm sure it was a surprise to everybody else in the courtroom.
Right. There were certainly some family members in the courtroom who were visibly upset. Let's listen really quickly.
That was sort of abrupt, but Charlene passed me a note that multiple jurors need to use the restroom.
I get it.
Pregnant juror, I don't know how urgent that could be. So, and since it's 4:30 and we planned in between 4:30 and 5, I just took the initiative. So I'll see you all on Thursday at 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Thursday at 9 a.m. But back to that video. So the reason they were showing some of those videos, so that was video with audio, and it was a little shocking. It was a cell phone video from inside a classroom the day of the shooting. The jurors also saw some surveillance video, which had been entered into evidence as part of the prosecution's case in chief.
Right. I think all 4 or 5 videos that were shown, the one that we saw and the other ones that the witness saw, have already previously been admitted into evidence.
And what was interesting was, so that was showing, according to this state rebuttal witness, how athletic, how quick, how sort of. I'm searching for words. I guess.
he was doing it with regard to the finger tap and the motor skills function test. Because if you have a developmental disorder or a cognitive disorder, some malfunctioning in your brain, then your motor skills don't work properly. And the doctor testified that given his score on the finger tap test, he would expect him to behave physically in a certain way. That is absolutely not what was disclosed or shown in the video. He said the video's actions were smooth and practiced and almost trained. I believe that's what he said.
Right. He said in the surveillance video you can see the quick reloading of the gun after coming out of smoke. He turns, he puts in a new magazine. At one point, he says that the Cruz has fine motor control, fluidity, smoothness. So the point was that the finger tapping was very slow. So he's saying he was lying.
Yeah, he's saying you can't rely on the finger tap test and some of the other testing, the spatial drawing test. You couldn't rely on any of those. And one of the reasons he said that is because some of the other testing he did, plus the real world examples of what we saw in the video or what he saw in the videotape.
How effective do you think this was? I mean, this was a long day for the jury. They started early. This was one witness, and we were going through all of this evidence, point by point, a lot of these charts. They saw some of this video. Do you think it was effective in poking holes in what the defense was trying to say?
I think it was the most effective witness so far on the state's rebuttal case. I think it was quite effective in rebutting the defense expert, specifically Dr. Connor, and his diagnosis and his testimony. That seems to be what it's all focused on. And he went through point by point, essentially test by test and score by score, detailing what his diagnosis would be and how that's different from Dr. Connor's.
His interpretation of the testing that Nikolas Cruz had undergone. Right,
and the testing that was done by Dr. Connor. He didn't really talk about a whole lot about the testing that he did because it was sort of consistent with what Dr. Connor found. But his point of view was that given this constellation of tests and the ones that were really low, that those didn't make sense. Therefore, you couldn't he didn't go so far as to say, as Mr. Cruz was lying on these tests or cheating on these tests. He was saying that I can't rely on them. They're not scientifically valid for me to rely on. Therefore, we can't even consider them. And they skew all the other results as well.
He was looking at verbal skills, memory skills, ability levels, and IQ. All of those things he was saying are more within normal range when looking at the totality of the data.
Normal and low average, which was still in his opinion, not in the deficiency point, or the deficient domains.
At least in the beginning of the day, my colleague Christina Vasquez in the courtroom watching the jurors, watching everybody in the gallery. She said everybody was listening and watching very intently. This was a witness who did speak in pretty plain terms, not a lot of medical jargon, which was effective.
Right, he was a very effective witness. He spoke clearly. He spoke, colloquially. He would make light of himself every once in a while, maybe crack a little bit of a joke about what the CDC meant, and I think that broke up some of the heaviness of it. And that was a really effective way to present the testimony. A lot of heavy numbers. Some people are numbers people, some people aren't. If there were a couple of numbers people in the jury, they probably loved this. If you're not a numbers person, you probably tuned out a little bit, but all very effective testimony.
And also sort of combating the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder diagnosis. He said, at least, under the criteria he was looking at, it really doesn't meet any of that.
Right. Because Dr. Connor testified, if I recall correctly, that of the three different organizations that categorize fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, he met the criteria in all three, and Dr. Denny just testified that he didn't meet the criteria in any of the three.
Okay, well, this was, I think there's still more testimony to be had.
I believe there would be, yeah.
Several more slides that we have to listen to, but the judge decided for the day. It's been a long day. Let's cut it off now. There is a holiday tomorrow, so they'll be back on Thursday at 9 a.m. And so will we. Thank you for joining us. We will see you on Thursday.